Like the same thing like for a long time, but here we get to write about different things.
For nearly 2 decades, Write Girl has offered free writing workshops for young women ages 13 to 18. Karen Taylor is executive director.
I think the main impetus for me starting this was doing some workshops for youth in New York City and seeing the lack of creative writing programs and mentoring programs, and see how young people had the light go on when they saw how writing could be fun and interesting.
Write Girl was created in light of some startling statistics. Consider that of the top 100 films last year, women made up just 15% of all the writers. That's according to a San Diego State study.
One of Write Girl's goals is to even the playing field for female writers in Hollywood. Helping out are actors Seth Rogen and Lauren Graham. At a recent workshop, they critiqued and also performed monologues written by Write Girl students. The program has about 500 students throughout Los Angeles.
We do publish their work in a book. We do some performances at bookstores and theaters all around Los Angeles so they get on their feet and get a chance to share their work with the community. And then we also do workshops like we're doing here today at Roosevelt Park.
Mentors Alex McHale and Andrea Esparza teach the young people songwriting.
I almost think that I get more out of it than they get out of it sometimes when you help guide these young people to finding what they want to say. You can see them want to do it more. They want to continue writing. That's what keeps you coming back for more.
There are no wrong answers here. You're here to find your voice and express your feelings about what you think that we are doing.
This particular session, called Bold Ink Writers, is welcome to girls and boys. Over the past few weeks, the program has helped student Mark come out of his shell.
It helps you improve your grades, helps you express yourself and be open-minded.
We are always trying to reach young people that need this the most, that are struggling with all kinds of challenges, but we're also inclusive of young people that would want to come to this, that have an inspiration to want to write, or need a mentor, or need this community.
Enroll in sessions or become a volunteer. Find out more at writegirl.org.
Write Girl also helps teens graduate from high school and move on to college. If you're interested in food, and who isn't, then you'll probably appreciate a new series of food events and exhibits happening at parks all over the city. Local artists have been commissioned to interpret how food impacts the people of LA. Saida Pagan checked out some of the exhibits and has this story.
A humorous food art exhibit made from thousands of Flamin' Hot Cheetos on display in South LA. And how about park benches with rounded ends resembling human teeth at Pershing Square? Now here's something to make you think: a huge display of single-use takeout food containers in North Hollywood. These one-of-a-kind, thought-provoking art pieces make up an initiative called Current LA Food. The Los Angeles Department of Cultural Affairs commissioned the art pieces.
It highlights the important cultural exchanges that happen around food. It builds our city's sense of civic pride.
The idea is to bring these free food art events to public parks and near mass transportation to make it easier for all Angelenos to experience art near where they live and work.
The hope is that the Current LA Food exhibit will start a conversation about food, what's good and what needs to be improved.
Artist Jasmine Orea created the Flamin' Hot Cheetos sculptures at Martin Luther King Jr. Recreation Center. Her message is about food access.
I'm trying to talk about food deserts in South LA and all over Los Angeles and other parts of the world, and talking about how the easiest accessible food is processed food.
Along with more than a dozen actual exhibits at parks all over the city, several programs and panel discussions on global issues and food equity are being held. The Institute of Contemporary Art carefully selected the pieces.
The idea of food and art is not a new one, but it is a really timely moment to look at the intersection of art and food and look at issues of food through the lens of art and the perspective of artists.
Organizers say besides the fact that food art gets people talking about some important social issues, Current LA Food is helping to elevate the profile of the local artists whose work is now getting international attention.
Current Food LA runs through November 3rd. For more info, visit currentla.org. A new partnership is announced to provide job training in manufacturing. A new grant to the City of LA will help provide safer homes for low-income families. And it just got much cooler to hang out in the Hoover Triangle Plaza. All this in City Beat. The Los Angeles Housing and Community Investment Department was awarded a $5.6 million grant for their lead hazard remediation program by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The grant will help in efforts to prevent childhood lead poisoning in homes occupied by lower-income families with children under 6. Mayor Eric Garcetti has announced the formation of LA Made 4.0, a partnership that aims to provide training and career opportunities in manufacturing. The program will include training in such avenues as biotechnology, fashion, food and beverage, aerospace, and defense. Councilmember Gil Cedillo celebrated the rededication of Hoover Triangle Plaza improvements with 2 shade structures, canopy trees, decorative pots, additional benches, and trash receptacles. Located at the intersection of South Union Avenue, South Hoover Street, and West 23rd Street in the University Park neighborhood, the shaded area makes for a great gathering location. It's a film festival that highlights LA stories as seen through the eyes of local filmmakers. It was a big turnout as a total of 26 short films were recognized.
I wanted to make something that sort of represents the side of LA that people, have always been interested in, but maybe don't know the story behind it.
The reason I was so excited about this contest is because it was, a chance to kind of join the community as a filmmaker. No matter how hard I'm working, to, make my dream succeed in this city, I also have to stop occasionally and appreciate the city itself and what it is.
New Filmmakers provides a huge service to the emerging filmmaking community. It represents those who are underrepresented largely in the film industry today.
Well, it's our first time, and so far we've been very impressed and excited to be a part of the community and meeting all the people that are here tonight.
It really covers the entire gamut of the filmmaking process and it allows everybody that wants to be involved in film to tell their stories and give voice to their own visions.
If you love fast cars and auto racing, then you're sure to love an exhibit that's showing at the Peterson Automotive Museum in Los Angeles. 10 of the world's fastest, most famous racing cars are currently on display.
These racing cars are the best of the best, part of a rare collection owned by Bruce Meyer, the founding chairman of the Peterson Automotive Museum. The Winning Numbers exhibit has been attracting visitors all year long. They can experience the sights and sounds at the heart of auto racing and get an up-close look at the winningest racing cars ever. This 1957 Ferrari came in first more than 25 times.
It's a kind of Italian vehicle that if Americans had built it would call it a hot rod.
This first production 1962 Cobra is also part of the exhibit. And the 1960 Corvette you see here was part of a winning team at Le Mans, one of the most prestigious competitions in the world.
What's especially interesting about it is that it was one of the first Corvettes to ever race at Le Mans, if not the first.
Museum historians say it took Bruce Meyer years to acquire this collection.
There's somebody who's decided to himself that he's going to collect only the best, only the winningest, only the fastest, only those that are associated with the best race car drivers.
Besides the fact that these are some of the fastest cars in the world, what's also interesting is that many of them are still being driven.
In fact, Meyer and his friends drove many of the cars directly to the museum from Beverly Hills. After seeing the collection, visitors were completely in awe.
It's just wonderful with all these cars. We love it.
Paul Dirth had to come to the exhibit. He used to race cars back in the 1960s. He got emotional as he saw some of the cars once again.
I was there when they ran this. I was there when they ran that one. You know, and a few other dragsters here. I've seen them all run.
The Winning Numbers exhibit is the first installment of a three-part series called California Collecting. It's all part of the Peterson's 25th anniversary celebration. Each exhibit will feature prominent collections from some of the area's most acclaimed car enthusiasts.
The Winning Numbers exhibit runs through January of 2020. Well, math comes alive at a new interactive exhibit that's showing kids how fun math can really be.
It's so important as teachers to know that our students don't live in a bubble and they're not just in the classroom.
Math Alive is about life, but it's about where you find mathematics in life. And so if you're a person who thinks you're afraid of math, you think you can't do it, this is a perfect exhibit for you.
The thing that we measure is how much fun are these kids having and how much do they enjoy playing. And you know you're getting them hooked. And they're learning math without knowing that they're even learning math.
Subtraction and everything. It's easier when we get to come around and look around and have a hands-on experience with everything.
I go to the Science Center school and it's a lot easier. We know a lot about the stuff that we might want to be when we grow up.
Well, I want to be an astronaut.
Rev up your engine at a classic car show, bring your best friend to a Strut Your Mutt event and help save a life, and head over to a Day of the Dead celebration at Grand Park. All this in Things to Do. An all-day event featuring a classic car showcase, curated group photography show, multimedia art installations, automobilia, and more. The centerpiece of the Museum Auto will be the auditorium, which will house a curated art and photography exhibition with over 20 selected artists. Each piece centered on the theme for the show, which is the cultural and emotional relevance of the automobile. Surrounding the indoor group show, the event will host and showcase over 200 pre-registered classic automobiles, curated by their individual style, look, and energy, representing a variety of makes and models. It all takes place Sunday, October 27th from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Friendship Auditorium, located at 3201 Riverside Drive. For more, visit their listing on Eventbrite. Best Friends Animal Society is teaming up with partner rescue groups, shelters, and animal welfare organizations to help save the lives of homeless cats and dogs at Strut Your Mutt. Strut Your Mutt is a series of charity dog walks that brings communities together to raise money and save the lives of homeless pets. When you fundraise, you choose where your support goes, to Best Friends Animal Society or to your favorite participating local animal welfare organization. This year's event is on October 26th at Exposition Park in Los Angeles. Grand Park celebrates the traditions of Dia de los Muertos in partnership with Self-Help Graphics, featuring altars and performances by local artists and community groups. There are 35 altars this year, curated by Self-Help Graphics, located throughout Graham Park, as well as the newly renovated Music Center Plaza. Graham Park's downtown Dia de los Muertos returns Saturday, October 26th through Sunday, November 3rd. And that's a look at some things to do. Well, that's it for this edition. I'm Yana Kay. From all of us here at LA This Week, thanks for joining us. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. We're also on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. See you next time for more of LA This Week.
Let's protect our wildlife together. Please, no smoking in Griffith Park.
If everybody would, shh, everybody please take a seat. Today is Friday, October 25th. I want to welcome you to City Hall, this Los Angeles City Council. Madam Clerk, we do have a quorum. Would you please call a roll?
Blumenfield, Bonin, Buscaino, Cedillo, Harris, Dawson, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Lee, Martinez, O'Farrell, Price, Rodriguez, Rue, Wesson. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First order of business.
Approval of the minutes?
Martinez moves, Krikorian seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Blumenfield moves and Harris Dawson seconds. Next.
Mr. President, would you like to go through the agenda now?
Let us do that.
Items 1 through 5 are items for which public hearings have been held. Committee reports for 2 and 4 have been submitted, posted, and circulated for council's consideration. Also, there's items 3 and 5 should be held on the desk for amendments.
Okay, so let's hold item 1.
No, sir. It's items 1, 3, and 5, sir.
Well, I said I wanted to hold.
Okay. Hold item 1, sir, as well in 3 and 5 for amendments, sir.
Okay, then let us vote on the remaining items. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Mr. President,
yes.
The order for item number 2 is continued to November 1st unless reconsidered with 12 members present, sir.
Okay, thank you. If we get to that number, let me know and we'll take care of it.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Buscaino for a quick intro. Mr. Buscaino for a quick introduction.
It's not in here. Give me a few minutes, Mr. President.
It's one of these.
Come, please, join us. Okay. Mr. President and members and those joining us here at the John Ferraro Chambers, we are pleased to celebrate the 60th anniversary of our special relationship between our sister city of Nagoya, Japan, and the city of Los Angeles. Let's give a warm welcome to the delegation from Nagoya, Japan. We are joined here by the mayor of the city of Nagoya, Mr. Takashi Kawamura. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Mayor. The Director of General Bureau of Tourism, Culture, and Exchange of the city of Nagoya, Mr. Toshinori, who's here. Director of International Relations Division, Mr. Hideo Kububara. The Chief Cultural Promotion Office, Mr. Michael Yamada. Ms. Akiko Sujimoto, Official International Relations Division, and you'll soon hear from the chairman as well to say a few words. But yeah, as you know, we have the Honorable Tom LaBonge here, who really fostered these relationships in his years as a city council member. Tom LaBonge, thank you so much for joining us. And couldn't be a sister city celebration without Tom LaBonge. So I want to bring you back, members. Nagoya was the first sister city of Los Angeles, and the relationship has blossomed over the decades. We are fortunate to have an esteemed delegation, as I mentioned, here with us. This relationship between Nagoya and Los Angeles began in 1959 with the goal of fostering mutual understanding. And since then, Los Angeles and Nagoya have successfully facilitated exchange programs for students, teachers, and many others. Of course, created cultural, business, and tourism programs that have helped create a stronger relationship between the people of Los Angeles and Nagoya. One of the first tests of the sister city relationship came in 1959 when the Nagoya area was devastated by a typhoon, and the Los Angeles sister city members organized and shipped relief supplies to the citizens of Nagoya. And 30 years later, if you recall, the city of Nagoya responded in kind during the Northridge earthquake in 1994. Nagoya is a truly unique city located in central Japan between Tokyo and Osaka. The city has flourished as an industrial center as well as an important port. We value the trade relations between our respective ports. We also value the cultural tourism exchange, the business and commerce exchange between our respective cities. It's also home to a diverse industrial and manufacturing base, which accounts for 18% of Japan's total production. Companies such as Toyota Motor Corporation and Noritake Company, known around the world, are based in Nagoya. The Nagoya region is also home to 65 universities, making it one of the best educated regions in Japan. It's a hub of the nanotechnology research, and the city is working to build the Shidami Human Science Park, which will help further joint research efforts in Nagoya. We're very fortunate, Mr. President and members, to have this friendship of the people of Nagoya and to have their delegation with us here today, celebrating 60 years of support and community and culture exchange between these two great cities. I would like to introduce to you a very special guest to speak on behalf of the delegation, the chairperson of the City Assembly, Mr. Niwa, to make a few remarks. Mr. Niwa, welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. ハーブ・ウェストン議長をはじめする皆様、おはようございます。名古屋市会議長の丹羽博でございます。
We have an interpreter. You want to speak? Yes, yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
We're going to give you a handheld. Thank you, Mr. Kokorian. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Handheld.
Thank you so much. We'll give you a handheld. Thank you. Thanks, Paul.
Council President Herb Wesson and other distinguished individuals, good morning. I am Hiroshi Niwa, Chairperson of the Nagoya City Assembly.
私たちは名古屋市とロサンゼルス市の姉妹都市提携60周年記念事業に参加するため派遣されました名古屋市の公式代表団です。
My colleagues and I are here as a formal delegation from the Nagoya City Assembly, sent to participate in the events commemorating the 60th anniversary of the Sister City Partnership between Nagoya and Los Angeles.
ロサンゼルス市会の皆様におかれましては、私たち一行を温かくお迎えいただき、心よりお礼申し上げます。ありがとうございます。
To all the members of the Los Angeles Council, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for welcoming us so warmly. Thank you.
そしてこの伝統ある議場でご挨拶をする機会を得られましたことを大変嬉しく光栄に思います。
I am also extremely happy and feel it a great honor to have been given the opportunity to address you in this historic chamber.
公式団には私のほかに市長と各会派を代表して3人の議員が参加をしておりますので、ご紹介をさせていただきます。
Besides myself, our delegation includes our Honorable Mayor of Nagoya, Takashi Kawamura, and 3 other members of the Nagoya City Assembly, each representing a different political party. I'd like to introduce them to you.
1959年4月1日に名古屋市とロサンゼルス市はお互いにとって最初の姉妹都市になってから今年で60年になり、長きにわたりお互いに教育、文化、経済などさまざまな分野で交流を重ねてまいりました。
On April 1st, 1959, Nagoya and Los Angeles became sister cities, the first such relationship for both of them. This year marks 60 years since then. Over this long period, the two cities have conducted numerous exchanges in a variety of fields, including education, culture, economics, and more.
我々日本人にとっては60周年は特別な意味を持ちます。
For us Japanese, a 60th anniversary has a special meaning.
60歳の誕生日には還暦といって赤い頭巾などをかぶったりいたし、そしてもう一度赤ちゃんに戻って新しいスタートを切るという習わしになっております。
For example, on one's 60th birthday, which has a special name in Japanese, kanreki, one traditionally wears a red hood and other things, a custom signifying a return to early infancy and a fresh start on life.
60周年という節目をきっかけとした名古屋市議会といたしましても、今後ますます両市の友好交流が深まり、未来に向かってより強い親善の絆で結ばれていくことを切に願うものであり、そのために精一杯進めてまいりたいと存じます。
Having reached this milestone of a 60th anniversary, we of the Nagoya City Assembly ardently hope that the friendship and exchanges between our two cities will continue to grow in the future, and that the bonds of goodwill uniting us will become even stronger as the years progress. And we look forward to doing our utmost to fulfill that hope.
ロサンゼルス市議会の皆様におかれましても、両市の友好関係が一層深いものとなり、末永いものとなるよう、引き続きご支援を賜りますようお願いを申し上げまして、私のご挨拶とさせていただきます。ありがとうございました。
To all the members of the Los Angeles City Council, I ask that you please continue to provide us with your valued support so that the friendship between our two cities can in the future grow even deeper and closer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Arigato, arigato, Mr. President. I'd like to invite the mayor of the city of Nagoya to say just a couple words here and before we give him the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Here goes crazy mayor. So, bad man mayor. Okay, I appreciate a big help over 60 years ago in Typhoon. But what I insist on, I can't stress this enough, is not Tokyo, but Nagoya. Forget Tokyo, remember Nagoya. It's okay, okay. And let's sing a song of
course.
Can't Help Fall in Love. Okay, together.
He's an Elvis fan, he tells me.
Elvis fan, together.
Come on, Tom, get in here, Tom.
If my dreams could all come true, Nagoya, this I know. No, different song. Okay. Wise men say, only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with Nagoya. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
So on behalf of the City of Los Angeles, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chairman, we recognize our 60th year celebrating our sister city relationship between our two amazing cities. Thank you so much. Here's another 60 years.
I love you, okay.
And to Elvis.
All right.
All right, one more round of applause.
Get here, Tom.
Thank you very much. これ。私のもちょっと。
私のもちょっと。
Oh, wait, the mayor's phone as well.
Okay.
All right.
I love you.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank you so much,
Buscaino.
Mr. President and members.
Thank you.
Thank you to the City of Nagoya.
Arigato.
Mr. Rue for an introduction.
All right.
Mr. Rue and Mr. Lee.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And it looks like today's International Day. We have so many international guests. And I thank Councilmember Joe Buscaino, but we will make our presentation as brief as possible because I know we have a lot of scheduled presentations today, and I know we have a big docket. But I'm joined by our colleague, Councilmember John Lee, and I'd like to take this brief moment to recognize two visitors from the Seongbuk District in the city of Seoul, South Korea. Mr. Lee Sung-ro, the mayor of Sungbuk, and Mr. Lim Tae-gun, the council president of Sungbuk. And Sungbuk District is one of the 25 districts that make up the city of Seoul and is an important transportation center that connects Seoul's central urban area to the hillsides of northeastern Seoul. I want to welcome them up, but before I want to have Councilman John Lee say a few words.
I just want to welcome our guests from the province of Seoul. Councilman Wesson, Mr. Lim is the equivalent of you in Korea, so he's a very, very powerful man here. So
he looks taller.
So they're here for economic development trip with the city of Los Angeles, but I'd like to welcome up first Mr. Lee to say a few words. Mayor Lee.
Welcome.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 대한민국 서울에서 온 성북구 구청장 이승노입니다.
Yeah, hello. My name is Sun-ho Lee, mayor of Seongbuk-gu in metropolitan city of Seoul.
이렇게 우리 미국의 방대하고 웅장한 우리 LA시 의회에 저희를 이렇게 환영해 주셔서 대단히 기쁘고 영광입니다.
Yeah, Thank you very much for giving us a warm welcome into your city. As I can see, the city of Los Angeles is a really great city, great chamber. So thank you very much.
저희는 저희 성북구 우리 청소년 학생들과 함께 참여도시를 매번 이렇게 교류해서 방문을 했는데 오늘은 특별히 성북구의 임태근 의장님, 오종균 우리 상임위원장님 그리고 통합방위협의회 위원님들과 함께 우리 로스앤젤레스 의회를 방문하게 됐습니다.
Yeah, we make this trip every year to benchmark the political systems, but not only that, to have a student exchange, cultural exchange, and economic exchange with Los Angeles County. And we are here with 14 students as well, but they are not here with us. But here with the Mayor Lee is his delegation with the city staff, and also Council President Mr. Lim is here with us.
방문해서 보니까 훌륭하신 우리 의장님, 우리 의원님들, 그리고 특히 우리 졸리 의원님과 데이비드 류 의원님 함께 하게 돼서 마음 기쁨 너무 감개무량합니다.
Well, particularly very proud of having two Korean American council members in the city of Los Angeles, and we are very pleased to learn the system of Los Angeles political system, and we want to benchmark the city of Los Angeles, how prosperous and how successful the city is.
저는 전에 우리 서울에서 구의원과 서울시 의원을 경험한 바 있습니다. 오늘 와서 보니까 의회라는 기능이 우리 로스앤젤레스 의회에 엄청난 행정 수요와 광범위한 지역 관리를 하시는 우리 의원님들 보니까 대단한 역량과 대단한 컨텐츠 많은 것을 배우고 익히고 저희 대한민국에 가서 이와 같은 훌륭한 이런 의정 활동을 벤치마킹하고자 찾아왔습니다.
Before he was elected to mayorship, he was a council member in Seongbuk-gu, and during this short visit, he was able to learn the council system in Los Angeles, how successful it is. So again, he is very privileged to have this opportunity to learn the county government system, city government system.
다시 한번 오늘 이렇게 환영해 주시며 진심으로 감사드리고 저희 함께 왔던 저희 청소년들 교육, 문화, 체육 모든 방문에 걸쳐서 많은 것을 저희가 교류, 배우고 잘 가겠습니다. 오늘 이 자리에 이렇게 설 수 있도록 배려해 주셔서 대단히 고맙습니다.
Again, thank you for this opportunity to stand here before you. And this is a real great opportunity to share our cultural relationship and the economic exchange and other opportunities that might lie further ahead. We'd like to cultivate this relationship with not only with the City of Los Angeles, with the rest of the LA County. Thank you very much again.
저희 함께 온 일행, 저를 비롯한 우리 의장님, 의원님, 통합방위위원님, 학생들 모두 마음으로 담아온 선물. I love you, 사랑합니다.
And this is a gift from our heart, and it's actually a sign of our heart that he was giving to every city council members and the council president. We love you.
Give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. President, out of respect for time, Council President Lim wanted to defer his time, but we insist, because if we were in Seoul, we would insist that you speak, Council President. So he's just going to say a quick hello as the Council President of the City of Seongpo.
Welcome.
예, 대한민국 서울의 성북구의 의장 임태근 인사드립니다.
Yeah, my name is Taegun Lim. I am the council president of Seongbuk-gu in Seoul.
LA 시의를 방문해 준 것을 진심으로 감사드립니다.
Yeah, it's a privilege, and we thank you for allowing us to visit your great city.
LA 와서 많은 곳을 공부하고 가면서 또 LA 우리 의장님과 시의원 여러분 항시 건강과 행복이 충만하시길 기원드립니다. 감사합니다.
Yeah, during this visit we learned a lot, and then we wish you a prosperous and great city. We wish you a great to be a great city of City of Los Angeles, and again we thank you for inviting us here.
We have a couple certificates. First for Mayor Seung-ro Lee.
We got one more.
And the next one for our council chairman, Im Tae-gun.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. A heartfelt kamsahamnida. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Let us now take item number one. Item number one is now before us, members. With that, I'd like to recognize Mr. Harris Dawson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to call our nominee up to the table here at the center table. Just one so everyone can see him and hear from him and witness the awesome opportunity we have to include such a solid citizen in our city family and put to work on the task of making this city a place where everybody can live, grow, and prosper. And so, Mr. Kareem Webb, can you tell us a little bit about your background and what you expect to achieve on the Airport Commission? Thank you, Councilman, and thank you all for being this council.
Hold on, Mr. Webb. Can we get his mic on, please? Okay, let's try that again.
Thank you, Councilman Harris Dawson, and thank you to all the distinguished council persons here. I'd like to first acknowledge my parents. I'm a second-generation Los Angelino. We have two stellar citizens of the city of LA who raised three people to grow up and give back to the city of Los Angeles and its surrounding areas, graduates of Dorsey and Manuel Arts High School. So I stand here on their shoulders for certain, the Webb family, the Barnett family, my partner at Buffalo Wild Wings, Ed Barnett, and a whole community of people, some of which who've come out here today. So I'd like to address all of you, but I'd like to also acknowledge them because I'm speaking on their behalf and what we are committed to doing to make LA the most equitable place it can be. So I want to acknowledge everybody there. If everybody would just stand up and wave to the council folks and say we're here to be seen.
Let's give them a round
today.
of applause. Thank you for joining them. Wow.
I think in the history, in the lineage of Mayor Bradley, of Johnny Cochran, who served on the commission, of Mr. Michael Lawson, and others, we all know, and this city council has definitely demonstrated that we're all better when we're all better. And I certainly have seen that, the power of being an entrepreneur, and what we can do when we're committed to making sure that the least of us know that they're loved, valued, and can stand with both feet on the ground, knowing that they are valued members of this community. And we will come to the Airport Commission and ensure that the $14 billion that we spend before change orders is spent in a way that lifts all boats here in the city of LA.
Thank you so much, Mr. Webb. I also greet and thank Mr. and Mrs. Webb for the great family that you've raised and for the gift of Kareem and his siblings. Also, we have in our audience today a former airport commissioner, Mr. Michael Lawson. Just stand up and wave your hand there. It's good to see Mr. Lawson join us today. Just such a great tradition, and on behalf of the City Council, I want to personally thank you for your commitment to the city, but also your commitment to serve in this very, very specific and important capacity. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Mr. Harris Dawson. We heard Mr. Webb's testimony in front of our committee, our Trade, Travel, and Tourism Committee members, and what we heard loud and clear is the fact that Kareem embodies public service. He embodies his faith, his family of service. And when I see, Kareem, your parents sitting beside you and next to you and behind you, and they have been the foundation for your love of people and love of service, I want to recognize them first. But thank you for taking on this role. It's an awesome responsibility. As you mentioned, we are seeing a $14 billion infrastructure investment coming into our airport, and it's important to have your voice in making those decisions to ensure that people of all races and color are being able to fulfill these types of infrastructure projects. And I'm really pleased. I do want to recognize Mayor Garcetti for putting forth this recommendation, and thank you for committing to serving on this incredible board that has a huge responsibility to move people. Our number one industries is our tourism industry here in the city of Los Angeles, and we're seeing record-breaking numbers come through our airport, and celebrating 50 million passengers coming through our airport just last year with the mayor. So with that, I want to thank you so much for taking on this position, taking on this role, and assuming a unanimous a yes vote here. I do want to recognize Mr. Bonin to say a few words. Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Buscaino. Thank you, Kareem, for your willingness to serve. As the guy who represents the airport, I have been closely following appointments to the Board of Airport Commissioners since the mid-90s. And I got to say, I have never seen anybody come to the council for an appointment with such a large cheering section and entourage. So congratulations on that. I also got to say, Mr. Webb is a neighbor of mine, and I've known him for a couple of years, and I've never seen you dressed quite as sharply as today. So nicely done. I too want to rise and applaud the mayor for the appointment and thank you for your service. I've had the opportunity to know Mr. Webb for a couple of years now, and anybody that we sort of encounter here on the council, the community leaders we deal with, people willing to serve on a commission, have a certain spirit of love for the community and civic engagement. And a lot of folks do that, a couple hours a week, and that's a great and wonderful thing. But I think there's something that distinguishes you. Is the impression I have always gotten from you is that you are mission driven, and that you're your love for community, your passion for doing good, your passion for improving all of Los Angeles is something that drives you, is what wakes you up in the morning, is what motivates you throughout the day, and that really, really impresses me. And I also think we've talked sort of vaguely about the stuff that you do, and you know, the work you do as an entrepreneur, but I think that's something that really underscores who you are is the amount of time and effort you put into mentoring the next generation and making their future brighter. And I want to thank you for that. And I know that that's the spirit that will animate you in looking at all of the major things we're doing at the airport to make sure that the opportunities we're creating are for everybody. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too want to just welcome Kareem to the Airport Commission. You know, it's an awesome responsibility. There's a long lineage of individuals who've served with great distinction, and we're happy that you're going to be joining them. And you know, and you certainly are ushering in a new generation of leadership. I think it's important, and you've demonstrated clearly that it's possible to do well and to do good. And so we appreciate your commitment, not just to business, but to the community, making things better. Proud that you're joined by your family, your extended family, your Wild Wings family, and your immediate family, your mother and father, who have certainly distinguished themselves and on whose shoulder many of us stand. And so we just appreciate the leadership. We appreciate the commitment. We appreciate your willingness to step up to the plate and make a real difference in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Mr. Harris-Dawson, yes.
Vote. I just want to invite all members and staff to the Bradley Room after council today. We'll be celebrating the unanimous vote for Mr. Webb. Mr. Webb is a restaurateur, so we're going to have some good food, good music up in the Bradley Room to celebrate this appointment today. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, members, let us take item number 1, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Congratulations, Commissioner. Congratulations.
Mr. President, for the record, the amending motions for items 3 as well as 5 have been posted and circulated for council's consideration.
Without objection.
Okay, Madam Clerk, item 4, it's been a request for an urgent forthwith, so why don't we vote on that? Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote. Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield for our next presentation. Okay, I'm now told we need to reconsider item 2. So let's quickly vote on reconsideration. On item 2, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you. Let's hold it on the desk.
Sir, Commissioner, if I can have you come through here, please. We need to get started for our next one. We need to join in the back for some additional photos. And then the rest of you will be coming up to the
Why don't we just wait a second, let it quiet down a bit, Mr. Blumenfield? Mr. Blumenfield, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've had a lot of joyous celebration presentations prior to this, but wanted to today take a moment to commemorate something that's not so joyous. You know, and it's just the opposite, in fact. A year ago today, 11 people were murdered at the Tree of Life Synagogue. It was the deadliest attack on the Jewish community in the history of the United States. And that attack, unfortunately, was not an isolated incident. We've had many other attacks on the Jewish community and on other communities, on the Muslim community, on the LGBT community, on so many different communities. And I wish I was standing here a year later after that attack and saying that things have gotten so much better. It's important to remember that attack, just like many of these, was not just a murder of people. It was an act of domestic terrorism. When the killer went into that synagogue, he shouted, "All Jews must die," and then he systematically started killing people. For the Jewish community, it was a gut punch, because it was, you know, we live our daily lives feeling assimilated and being part of everyday life, and then something like that is just another reminder of the hate and vitriol that are out there. And it's an act of terrorism. And we've seen the same kind of thing happen, whether, you know, and after that, I should say, I want to give this group credit. After that attack, we came together as a council, we condemned it, we had a candlelight vigil, and that was very inspiring. And a lot of us came together after that. I know, I think the record numbers of people who went to synagogue that weekend, you know, were off the charts, because people felt the need to get together and express their concern. And so since then, we've done a number of things. I had a Tree of Life tree planting ceremony where we were getting together, talking about all different faiths, how we could prevent this from happening. And then just a couple of days later, the Poway shooting happens just down the state in San Diego. And then we're doing an event, we're commemorating that and talking to people, and then there's another incident. There's the Miami shooting of a synagogue. And then it's just one thing after another. So we need to do better. We need to get together and figure out how we can change the culture of hate that is in this society. And I wish I could say that in politics, that we are, as in general, doing a good job of moving us in that direction. But when you look, particularly on the national level, you have a president who sows the seeds of hate through his Twitter account on a daily basis, who, when he talks about the Jewish community, you know, perpetuates tropes of being disloyal if you don't agree with him on his something he's done in Israel. But it's not just one side of the political spectrum. We have folks in the Democratic Party who talk about it being all about the Benjamins and talking about how there's this Jewish control. So this is across the board, and we need to address it. And it's fitting to talk about this on this year commemoration of that horrible shooting. But it's something that we have gathered with us today, a number of people. They're not all going to speak today. We spoke a little bit in a press conference prior to this. But I wanted you to hear some of the voices of the community and take a moment to reflect on this last year since that shooting and where we are and where we need to go. So next, I want to bring up my council colleague, Councilmember Paul Koretz.
Mr. Spindler, you're disrupting this meeting and it will not be tolerated. This is not your time to speak. Yes, Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Bob, for leading the effort to put this together. As was mentioned, the Tree of Life Synagogue Massacre was the deadliest event directed towards Jews on American soil. And it is in remembrance of this tragic loss and condemnation of white supremacists and racists and anti-Semites that we gather here today. Now let us remember the 11 people who were unable to return after what should have been a normal Saturday morning service. Their names were Melvin Wax, Irving Younger, Jerry Rabinowitz, Cecil and David Rosenthal, Rose Malingerer, Bernice and Sylvan Simon, Daniel Stein, Joyce Feinberg, and Richard Gottfried. We remember them by name and in the stories their loved ones and community have told about their lives. They were friends, sons and daughters, parents, active community members, and faithful participants in their congregations. And I also felt for the rabbi who I had the opportunity to meet a few years before this incident when he came out and performed a wedding of two of my dearest friends in the LA area. This tragic commemoration serves as a reminder that each of us has the duty to stand up to hatred in our communities. To let it go unchecked is akin to passive approval, and we must never let that happen. It is a festering poison that damages what it means to be a citizen of a nation that proclaims to believe in equality for all. Since 2016, there's been a notable rise in hate crimes. The current administration consistently fails to denounce white supremacy and racism. Trump's hateful sentiments and cruel words are frequently taken as a dog whistle of secret approval for hate-motivated acts. And we are here to condemn that, and we can't pretend that the world has moved past hatred in the modern age, although we might have thought that a few years ago. In an average year, over 7,000 hate crimes occur in the United States. This is absolutely unacceptable. Many are perpetrated with firearms, and gun violence should not be a defining characteristic of our country. One should never have to fear being in a place of worship, in a school, in a public place, or at home. And as was mentioned, the final day of Passover, April 27th, 2019, yet another anti-Semitic attack was carried out at the Chabad of Poway, killing one and injuring three. Thoughts and prayers don't stop these attacks. We must not only memorialize those we lost, but take action in their memory. And that also hit home a little bit more for me because I have a number of close relatives in the tiny city of Poway in San Diego. And the one woman who died, Lori Kay, was a teacher of a couple of my younger cousins. There have been a number of other odd hate crimes, including in Los Angeles, some not quite as violent. A large Armenian school in my district was one morning decked with Turkish flags, which would be the equivalent of a Jewish day school in Los Angeles being outfitted with a number of swastika flags. That was a terrible hate crime without having to engage in that kind of violence. We also had some close calls. We had a terrorist attempt to run down some Orthodox members of our community returning from Friday night services. And it was fortunate that that was avoided, and LAPD managed to catch this person instantly. So nothing worse happened that night. There also was an incident where an individual intended to stop at a couple synagogues, kill a few people, and then take a bomb to an Orange County event and blow it up. Fortunately, he still had to buy the bomb. When he went to purchase the bomb, he bought it from FBI members, and that obviously didn't happen. They caught him and avoided all of that. But all these terrible things are happening. We can't forget it. We can't forget the 11 people that were murdered a year ago. We celebrate their lives, and we stand together to fight to eliminate hate and prevent future tragedies.
Thank you, Paul. Next, we're going to hear from Scott Edelman, the AJC, American Jewish Committee, Los Angeles president. Scott.
Good morning, Mr. President and honorable members of this esteemed council. A year ago, the peace of Shabbat was shattered when a domestic terrorist walked into Pittsburgh's Tree of Life Synagogue, screamed, "All Jews must die," and opened fire on worshipers. 11 died that morning. It was the deadliest attack on Jews on American soil. Those 11 members of our community were targeted solely for being Jewish, for worshiping as Jews. They were murdered as representatives of Jewish ideals, to welcome the stranger and to love one's neighbor. Only months later, a second deadly attack on worshipers occurred during the Jewish holiday of Passover at the Chabad of Poway, a synagogue in California in which a domestic terrorist murdered Lori Gilbert Kay and injured 3 others. No threat of terror or act of barbarity will ever deter us from upholding our values. We must not allow hatred and the fear of hatred to shape our lives, our commitment to our values, and our communities. The threat posed by anti-Semitism is real, and we will not yield in combating it. I want to thank, on behalf of the American Jewish Committee, the council members who supported the resolution proclaiming this Sunday, October 27th, as a day of action to combat anti-Semitism and reaffirm our commitment to combating all forms of hatred. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Scott. Next, we'll hear from Amanda Suskin, who is the Anti-Defamation League's Regional Director. Amanda.
Thank you, Council Member, Council President Wesson, and members of the Council. It's a pleasure to be here on this sad occasion. ADL is over 100 years old, and our premise is fighting anti-Semitism and bigotry of all kinds. We think they are all related. And so as we stand here today to commemorate the lives of 11 souls that were lost in Pittsburgh, we also think about how to move forward and what we can do, what actions we can take. ADL's Center on Extremism has recorded extremist-related murders created, perpetuated by people who are related to extremist movements over the last 10 years. 73% of those have been from the right-wing extreme movements. And in 2018, 49 of 50 were from the right-wing extremist movement. This isn't a political statement. I'm just giving you some facts. Accelerationism is a common thread throughout these extremist threats, that liberals are accelerating the decline of civilization, and that they are calling to accelerate to that decline so that they can come into power. Replacement theory is a common theme in extremism. Some of you remember in Charlottesville when people got up with tiki torches and said, Jews will not replace us. They weren't saying Jews will not physically replace us as human beings. They were saying they fail. Jews are responsible for the tide of people that don't look like them coming into this country, taking their jobs, perceived as a threat. These acts of extreme violence tend to create other acts of extreme violence. So you see the shooter in Pittsburgh idolized in the manifesto by the shooter in Poway 6 months later. You see both the shooter in Pittsburgh and Poway idolized by the shooter in Christchurch. This is called weaponizing social media. They take and they expand on what has happened. We need to fight back. We need to be aware. We need to talk to our kids about hate. And if you go to ADL's website, there's 11 actions you can take on Sunday to commemorate the 11 lost souls. And again, thank you for giving me this moment and your attention to this issue.
Thank you, Amanda. Next, we'll hear from Elisa Finston, who is the Senior Vice President of Community Engagement for the Jewish Federation. Elisa.
Thank you so much, Council Member. As we approach the one-year anniversary of the attack on the 3 synagogues in Pittsburgh, I want to share an international initiative that's being spearheaded by the Jewish Federations of North America. The Federation here in LA is part of this National Federation network, and we're asking that everyone take out their phones and go to a website called pausewithpittsburgh.com. On the website, you can sign up to receive a text message on Sunday, October 27th, the anniversary of the shooting, and at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, 2 o'clock here in California, you'll receive a message to allow you to join people around the world in a public memorial by pausing to honor the 11 lives lost and demonstrate our resilience and strength as a people. I hope you'll join the Federation and people across this country and around the world in signing up. We must stand together and be strong and resilient. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And lastly, we're going to hear from Rabbi Denise Eger, and she's going to say a few words and do a mourner's Kaddish. Rabbi.
Mr. President and council members, we come together today to honor these 11 martyrs of the Jewish people murdered, as we've heard, by white nationalist terrorists. We stand together as a Los Angeles community in saying that this is not the way we were raised to behave. It was not the way we reach one another. And so we offer these words of prayer and memorial in their memory, ancient Jewish words that continues to praise life even as we mourn our losses. Yitgadal v'yitkadash shemei rabbah, v'yalmad divrach yirutei, v'yamlich malchutei, v'chayechon v'yomechon, v'chayedach ol beit Yisrael, v'galav v'zman kariv v'yimru amen, yehei shmei rabbah mevarach, le'olam olamei omaya, yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitramam v'yitnaseh, v'yitadar v'yitaleh v'yitalal shemei dekudusha barichu, Leila min kol birchata v'shirata, tushbachata v'nechemata, damiran b'yama v'yimru amen. Yehei shalom rabba min shemaya v'chayim, aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'yimru amen. Oseh shalom b'mromav, hu ya'aseh shalom, aleinu v'al kol Yisrael, v'al kol yoshvei te'evel, v'yimru amen. May God's design for this world, for us, for our people and all the world, lead us to justice and good. May God, who has decreed that all who live must die, teach us to accept death, yet with all of our hearts desire life. May God, whose plan for us is sometimes hidden, reveal the way to become stronger when we face the trials of life. May the Creator of peace, Oseh Shalom, and may God be for us a source of comfort, strength, and peace. And together we say in their memory, Amen.
Thank you very much. May go in peace.
Mr. Blumenfield, maybe just for a second, I think Mr. Rue may want to say something. And David, before I recognize you, I'm just going to ramble for a moment or two. Last Thursday, David and I were together at Shoal Rabbi Rubin's for Sukkot, and we had lunch. We talked about a variety of things, and Rabbi Mays got up, and he was brilliant when he highlighted all of the hate crimes that are happening to so many different people, LGBTQ, highlighted the increase in hate crimes where it relates to Latino men. A lot of this could be directed to Washington, D.C. The increase in hate crimes where it relates to African Americans. But at the end of all of that, he did not want us to lose sight of the fact that when you incorporate the terrorism and the hate crimes towards the Jewish community, it surpasses. And he asked, why is that? So we as the good people, Rabbi Rubin also said that every generation bad people are born. And so it puts the emphasis on the good people to fight evil. And we do that by coming together We do that by having conversations. We do that by finding that we have more in common than separates us. And we also educate ourselves on how to protect ourselves. Like Amanda referenced, we just have to teach our children. So I just wanted to say that we can't forget moments like this. And it's so important that we remember the past as we're trying to make the future better. And so, yes, hate crimes are on the rise across the board, but we can never really forget who most of these hate crimes are directed towards. And we must unite to do all that we can to try to keep all of our people safe. So with that, I just wanted to recognize Mr. Rue.
Thank you, Mr. President, for those words, and thank you, Councilmember Blumenfield and Koretz, for this memorial and for honoring the lives that were lost on this tragic day. The horrendous acts that occurred on October 27, 2018, at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh was felt across the nation. The shock, the heartbreak, and the question, is this the new normal in America? We have all wrestled with that question, especially as we've seen the rising tide of hate in this country. And I always come back to the same answer. Hate cannot be negotiated with. It cannot be reasoned with. It cannot be explained away. Hate must be confronted. If we believe in a diverse, accepting, and tolerant society, we must fight for it and fight against the voices spewing out divisions, lies, and hate. This tragedy must not just live on, not just be remembered, but it must be lived on in our hearts, not just to honor the lives that were lost, but also to remind us of the work that we all must do together to stem the tide of hate and to ensure that we maintain a tolerant and peaceful society. Thank you.
Mr. Blumenfield will close.
Well, I think you've said it all. I mean, we always talk about we need to be tolerant, we need to coexist. Those are all good words, but frankly, that's too low a bar. We need to embrace one another. We need to move forward, fighting hate, confronting hate at every corner. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Farrell, I'd like to tee you up for our next presentation.
Colleagues, when we talk about Los Angeles being the most diverse, among the most diverse international cities in the entire world, that's not hyperbole. We often talk about how over 200 languages are spoken in the great city of Los Angeles, how it is a melting pot of countless cultures and countless indigenous cultures and nationalities from all over the world that come to Los Angeles so that individuals can achieve their full potential and that of their families that they build or create here. I have the great privilege of representing a district, the 13th, that is sometimes thought of as the melting pot of the multiculturalism that can be found across the city of Los Angeles. And we often will celebrate these cultures by designating an area, a specific area. So what we're gathering for today is the celebration of the creation of Thai Town in Hollywood in the 13th District. 20 years ago. How about a big round of applause for Thai Town in the city of Los Angeles? And before I make my brief remarks, I have to acknowledge some folks who are gathered with me today, starting with Tan Patana, President of the Thai Town Council. We have Su Kamchana, Chartered President, Rotary Club of Thai Town. We have Jai Yong, Koi Jai Yong, the current president of the Rotary Club of Thai Town. We have Sriwang Ayasit, CEO, Thai New Year's Day Songkran Festival Corporation. We have Rosalind Patamakan Thin, President, Thai Chamber of Commerce and Chair of the 2020 Thai New Year's Day Songkran Festival. We also have Kamalwat Suravalop, Treasurer of the Association of Thais in Southern California. Gathered here also next to me is Chansey Martorell of the Thai CDC, and also my friend Elson Trinidad, a resident of the 13th District as well, who's the Economic Development Program Director for the Thai Community Development Corporation. As I mentioned, we are a city of rich cultural diversity. Los Angeles is home to the largest concentration of Thais outside of Thailand, with over 100,000 residents of Thai heritage. Thai immigration to the United States began en masse in the 1950s and 60s, consisting of primarily students and workers. Thais identified Hollywood as their port of entry in the United States as a result of its popularity in Thailand, as well as the availability of affordable housing. Those were the good old days when we had plenty of affordable housing, but we're working on it. Affordable leases in the 1960s and 1970s enabled Thai immigrant entrepreneurs to open restaurants, markets, and shops along the Melrose Avenue corridor in East Hollywood. The quantity and quality of Thai restaurants in the Hollywood area in the 70s and 80s first introduced American appetites to Thai food, which has since been embraced nationwide. On October 27, 1999, recognizing broad-based support to create Thai Town, the Los Angeles City Council voted unanimously to officially designate the half-mile corridor of Hollywood Boulevard between Normandy and Western Avenues as Thai Town, the first officially designated Thai community in the United States. In 2008, through the efforts of Thai CDC, Thai Town earned the Federal Preserve America Neighborhood designation by the White House, ensuring its preservation as a cultural and national heritage site. We have a little video clip that conveys some of that history.
In our role as advocate, Thai Community Development Center believes that the development of Thai Town should address the fundamental needs of its residents.
Hollywood Boulevard between Normandy and Western Avenue as Thai Town. Tabulate the vote.
11 eyes. Thai Town wants to become one of LA's premier ethnic enclaves like Chinatown or Little Tokyo.
Thai Town now becomes the first and only Thai Town in the nation.
A place where we can show off Thai culture beyond what all of us know as Thai food.
Upson C was installed on June 15, 2007. The beautification project symbolizes the cultural and economic ties between Los Angeles Thai American community and the city of Bangkok, Thailand, which are both internationally known as the City of Angels.
Next station, Thai Town, Hollywood and Western.
Expect all this and more at the grandest event hosted by the Thai community of Los Angeles.
Welcome to the 14th Annual Thai New Year Songkran Festival 2019.
That was a wonderful video. Did you catch John Ferraro overseeing the proceedings at City Hall East because this building was still red tagged 20 years ago? Very interesting video. So the future is bright for Thai Town. Since its designation, Thai Town has been an anchor for many established Thai organizations, institutions, and cultural gatherings. We have Thai Community Development Center, or the Thai CDC, established in '94 to address economic inequities in the aftermath of the '92 civil unrest and '94 Northridge earthquake through community development, celebrated its 25th anniversary this year. Thai New Year's Day Songkran Festival, originally called the Thai Town Festival, was founded in 2001 and attracts up to 400,000 visitors to Thai Town each April. Thai Town Advisory Committee was founded in 2003 to encourage civic engagement and empowerment among community stakeholders, and continues today as the Thai Town Council. Thai Town Rotary Club was co-chartered by the Thai CDC in 2007 to organize Thai Town businesses and stakeholders into performing community service. East Hollywood Certified Farmers Market, a project of Thai CDC, was established in 2012 at Hollywood and Western to provide locally grown fresh produce access to low-income residents. Community improvements and investments. The City of Los Angeles has partnered with Thai CDC, the Royal Thai Consulate, the Thai Town Rotary Club, the Thai Town Council, and other Thai community organizations over the years in beautifying Thai Town through numerous community cleanups, tree plantings, and streetscape projects. The iconic bronze Thai angel, Apsonsi, which you saw in the video, statue was initially dedicated in '07 as a symbolic gateway to the community as part of the vision to establish Thai Town as a cultural destination and create the civic bonds between Bangkok and Los Angeles, both respectively known as Cities of Angels. Thai Town Marketplace, coming soon. We've helped finance the creation of the new Thai Town Marketplace at the intersection of Hollywood and Western. The Thai Town Marketplace is intended to be an incubator for small businesses in Thai Town and provide locals with more options for fresh food and local artisanry. Progress is well underway on the project, and we're looking forward to inaugurating the marketplace with the whole community very, very soon. We'll have a date at some point very, very soon. And to say a few words about the whole sweep of the last 20 years, I'd like to bring Chancy Martorell, President of Thai CDC. Chancy, to say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Councilmember O'Farrell. Thank you, everyone on the City Council. And we are very appreciative of the commendation and the honor and privilege of being here to commemorate this 20th anniversary. Boy, time sure has flown. And thank you for all your comments. Thank you. That was very lovely. Thai Town was created as part of the campaign that Thai Community Development Center had initiated back in 1992 and won that designation 20 years ago. So that's when Thai Town was created, to put the Thai community on the map so that cultural tourism could help lift immigrant entrepreneurs out of poverty while revitalizing East Hollywood. Since then, Thai Town has become LA's premier destination for Thai food and all things Thai, bringing thousands of visitors from the entire region and beyond to East Hollywood. Thai Town is also the home of the Thai New Year's Day Songkran Festival that now, as Councilmember O'Farrell mentioned, attracts 400,000 visitors each year. Thai Town has become a powerful symbol of how immigrants and cultural diversity make our city stronger, more livable, and more prosperous. Thai Town was built on a simple premise that food and hospitality could be the foundation to a brighter future and a stronger community. Thai Town was built on little more than the dreams and culinary skills of the Thai immigrants who believed they had something to offer the people of Los Angeles. Today, I am pleased to honor all of those who live, work, play, and dream in Thai Town, regardless of their nationality, race, or ethnicity. Thai Town is all about us coming together and sharing culture, cuisine, life, and passion. Thai Town is LA and LA is now also Thai. Thank you so much for this honor. And now, right after this presentation, all of us will be participating in the Food Day LA right outside on South Lawn, and some of our Thai Town Marketplace vendors will be passing out food samples, and we'll be also passing out some goodie bags from Thai Town Marketplace. So we are so happy to be part of that. It's just a perfect nexus to celebrate food and culture all together. Thank you.
Thanks, Chancey. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chancey. So anyone who's made lunch plans previous to that announcement, you better change them fast. I just have to say a little bit about Chancey. Sometimes it takes a force of nature, right? Someone just to step up and own an issue and lead on it. And that's what Chancey has done over the years. So I just have to say that publicly, Chancey, that it is the movers and the shakers and the forces of nature in this city that have a righteous heart because they know that there is a void that must be filled in the name of progress. And that, I think, defines Chancey Martorell as well as anything I can think of. To say a few words, I would also like to bring forward Tan Patana. He's the president of the Thai Town Council. Thank you.
สวัสดีครับ Council President, Council Member. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tan Patana. I'm the president of the Thai Town Council of Los Angeles. Why the Thai Town Council is a relatively new organization established in 2018. Thai Town Council was born exactly 20 years ago. I'm really honored that 20 years ago, the city of Los Angeles granted Thai people the opportunity to showcase the Thai culture, Thai business, and especially Thai food to our friends in other communities right in the heart of Hollywood. I would like to thank those who work tirelessly with the city to make the Thai Town happen. If you haven't already visited Thai Town, I would encourage you to. As a matter of fact, I have a gift for everyone today. To celebrate 20 years of Thai Towns, Los Angeles, we give away a lot of prize. The grand prize will be 7 airplane tickets from LA to Bangkok, Thailand. For every $25 you spend to 45 business in Thai Town, you can collect more stamps. You have an opportunity to claim prize along the way. Once you collect at least 30 stamps, you will have the chance to win a round trip ticket to Bangkok, Thailand. The Thai Town passport will be running from now until November 30 this year. We have Thai Town passport for everyone here today if you like one. If you have any question about how the Thai Town passport works, please feel free to ask me, ask my team. I hope you take advantage of this opportunity to explore Thai food and even get a relaxing Thai massage. Thank you very much for your time today, and I would like to see you very soon in Thai Town. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you, Tan. So therefore, colleagues, I'd like to present the resolution.
If I could, I'd like to recognize Mr. Buscaino, Mr. O'Farrell.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Mr. O'Farrell for bringing in this amazing presentation. Actually, today's presentation reminds us how diverse our city is. We live in a model United Nations here in the city of Los Angeles. And I want to thank Chancey and those of you who stood and have really embraced Thai Town over 20 years. And that's what makes our neighborhood special in the city of Los Angeles from all corners. Whether it's Little Tokyo, Thai Town, El Pueblo, Chinatown, of course, and Koreatown. This is what we're made up of. And just on October 5th of this month, John Lee helped us launch Little Italy in San Pedro. And we're hopeful that 20 years from now, we can turn as an organization, as a community in San Pedro, turn to the successes that you've had and if you've experienced in Thai Town. And we recognize the driving force, because as council members and mayors, we come and go. It's important to have the community like yourselves and community members who have pushed the programming and the fundraising. And there's just see Chancey, I'm sure you have been really You've been one of the driving forces behind ensuring that Thai Town remains successful over 20 years. So congratulations. And I don't know how you say that in Thai. Maybe someone can help me. How do you say congratulations in Thai? But anyone? Try? Congratulations. Oh, wants to give it a try. All right, I just need a Thai 101.
ขอแสดงความยินดีครับ
All right, just what you just said.
Thank you.
Come on, Joe. Let's hear it. Let's hear it, Joe. Yeah. So you know something? Maybe we should start a sister neighborhood program within the city of Los Angeles. We have so many designated neighborhoods now. Little Italy, sister neighborhood to Thai Town.
I love that.
All right. So we'd like to
you.
present this certificate of recognition to the community leaders, the organizations, all of the stakeholders who've put their passions to work to really elevate the Thai culture in the city of Los Angeles. We are a Pacific Rim neighbor, and there's so much to be gained from learning about both cultures and how mutually enriching that is for everyone in Los Angeles and well beyond. So we congratulate Thai Town on 20 years. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we're going to get to Mr. Rue, but Mr. Blumenfield on item 2 real quick. We got to take care of this. Yes.
Item 2, I just wanted to call it special because this is Triple H funding for a project in my district. It is the first project, really, that we're getting the Triple H funding for. We're getting 80 units of housing. I have been begging developers to come to the West Valley and build. We had 13 units before Triple H I got last year, but I had to spend $1.5 million of CRA money in order to get that land. And so I'm thrilled that they were able to make this happen. I've supported it throughout the process and encourage folks to build supportive housing in the district. We have some in Winnetka that we were able to build without Triple H money with permanent supportive housing, but we are trying our best to get that to happen. And we're also creating inclusionary housing in the Warner Center as a policy to be the first in the city really to make that its policy. So with those things, I just wanted to urge the aye vote on it because this is the project that we all funded in the Triple H that is in my district, that these are the final steps. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Let's vote on this item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you. Mr. Rue, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, colleagues. As mentioned in the previous presentation, today is a very special day. Today's a day filled with food because welcome to the 9th Annual Food Day LA. You guys can come around this way too. Yeah. So I am so thrilled to be joined by Claire Fox, Executive Director of the Los Angeles Food Policy Council, Felicia Feiler, the Director of Public Art at the Department of Cultural Affairs, Alicia Weiss, a poet and activist, and 15 incredible good food champions from the 15 council districts across our city. Let's give it up for the good food champions.
Let's give them a round of applause.
Food Day LA is a celebration of good food in LA and the folks who are fighting for a more sustainable city, a healthier city, and a city where no family lacks access to healthy foods. Today in Los Angeles, too many children go to bed hungry. Too many communities lack access to quality food, and too much of our food is sourced without respect for our people and our planet. But the Los Angeles Food Policy Council is the leader to turn this around. As the backbone organization uniting over 400 agencies fighting for fair food, the Los Angeles Food Policy Council can and will ensure good food for all. But they need our help. They need our help to build a healthier city and a healthier planet, and I'm so glad to see that all 15 council districts represented today in this presentation. This year's theme for Food Day is Currents of Food, changing our food system through art and culture. This year's Food Day coincides with Current LA Food, hosted by the Department of Cultural Affairs, celebrating public art around the theme of food. Because the Food Policy Council and the Department of Cultural Affairs understand that food is the bread and butter of our culture. Whether it's pan dulce, challah bread, hangwa, or Thai roti, it's through food that we express our history, our culture, and our pride. And it is at the dinner table where all the love and history and culture is shared. The barriers are broken and that cross-cultural bonds are built. And in a city like Los Angeles, we can prosper. Behind me are a small handful of people bringing our city together around food. These good food champions are the folks doing the work to make our city more delicious, more connected every single day. Now I'd like to bring up a champion of champions for good food, and that's the Executive Director of the Los Angeles Food Policy Council, Claire Fox. Claire?
Thank you, Councilmember Rue, for hosting our 9th annual Food Day, and thank you to all of the City Council members for participating. Today is indeed very special because it is the 20th anniversary of Thai Town, so we're very excited to be here celebrating Chansey and that group. And also because of our partnership with the Department of Cultural Affairs to highlight the power of art and culture to change our food system. And this is really what Current LA Food is doing with the Public Art Triennial by bringing art and public conversations about food and equity into our city parks in every single council district. Outside today, we have dancers, film and media art, poetry, paintings, photography, and performance art all around issues of food. Food as medicine, food as decolonization, food as justice. Art and culture matter because they shape the way that we interact socially, and that impacts our policies, and we need to fight for better good food policies. This year, we fought against Trump's assault on low-income Americans who use food stamps through his proposed change to the public charge law. And we have to keep fighting it. We have also been fighting for a more resilient food system in light of the already present threats of climate change. But we do have hope, council members. This year, we also celebrated the ribbon cutting of the South LA Community Farm. After 30 years as a vacant lot, it was turned into a lush garden, in part thanks to the Urban Agriculture Incentive Zone policy. And the team behind the farm, as you can tell, is here today as Councilmember Price's Good Food Champion. And we also celebrated new access to fresh food in historically underserved communities, and I'd love to share with you a very short 1-minute clip about the LA Food Policy Council's partnership with the city through the Economic and Workforce Development Department.
This in a food desert. In tonight's People Making a Difference, the story of a humble corner market in downtown LA. It recently got some help offering affordable, healthy, fresh food in an area where it can be hard to find.
Everyone deserves to have accessibility to healthier food, not just people that can afford it.
Luz Arango grew up working in her mother Lupita's market for the past 27 years, here on the corner of 3rd Street in downtown LA's Westlake district.
Back in the day, small markets in the neighborhood of Los Angeles were actually the primary markets for a lot of customers.
But these days, very few provide fresh produce or healthy options.
Typically, back in the day, we would have all of our chips and sodas in the front, not anymore.
That's because 2 years ago, when Luz's mom was ready to retire, the LA Food Policy Council, a nonprofit which supports small markets and businesses in becoming healthier food vendors, offered them an opportunity to make a difference in their community.
They walked into our doors and said, hey, would you like to have some education? You are technically in a food desert.
After Luce participated in classes, the LA Food Policy Council awarded her with a market makeover, allowing her to carry on a healthier version of her mother's legacy.
I get to keep the history of my mother and Lupita's in the sign, which is Lupita's Corner.
The renovation design and labor was provided pro bono by Gensler Los Angeles and Build Group SoCal. Luce raised all the costs for materials through GoFundMe.
And that's your agua fresca.
Luce looks forward to providing kids from neighboring schools and employees from Good Samaritan Hospital and local families healthier beverages, prepared foods, and affordable fresh produce.
I truly believe that we all deserve to eat better.
Well, Lupita's Corner Market is celebrating its grand reopening today. It's now a CalFresh vendor and hopes students in the neighborhood take advantage of its new 20% discount on fresh deli items in the future.
Council members, that program is supported by the Economic and Workforce Development Department through Community Development Block funding. So wanted to share that. And Luce and Lupita are here today as Council Member Mitch O'Farrell's Good Food Champion. So we're all in the house today. And of course, we had to bring a little bit of art into this presentation in the spirit of current LA. So I'd like to invite to the mic a poet, Alicia Wise, who is a teaching artist and TEDx speaker. She's originally from Camden, New Jersey, but she resides here in Los Angeles now. So let's please welcome Alicia Wise.
Eat when you hunger, when privilege calls your belly less full than empty, when it rumbles for a chew you do not need to count coins for. Eat when the ocean rejects your waste, when there is no waste, when your tongue learns thank you and teaches it to your palms. Eat when you feel gratitude from your gut a portal, when you are wrinkled tree or wrinkled hands, working river or healing human, budding plants or peaking belly. Eat wherever your rest resides, wherever you're seeking slumber. May you eat when the earth provides. May you eat when the earth is tired. May you see the earth a mirror. All that is of her is of you. Eat in Beverly Hills, in Compton, in Malibu, in South Central, in the homes that I am from, in Camden, in North Philly, and lands across the waters. May you eat when the earth provides. May you eat when the earth is tired. May you see the earth a mirror. All that is of her is for you. I remember being a young girl, praying for the plentiful of one pot, 7 mouths, a half a paycheck away from not tonight. I remember starving and how it compelled me to count. I remember being bad with numbers. I remember believing a poor belly made me a bad girl, made me a cool lyric in my favorite rap song, made me a metaphor for dangerous when unworthy was too much a word to bear. I remember thinking hungry made me holy. I remember thinking, I do not choose that baptism again. I remember how being without was the only thing I could count on, the only promise, till one day I was with. And I am a testimony of how abundance can shake the hood or a food desert, like a tree with plenty of fruit, like a sweet thing that replenishes itself. Abundance can shake the hood, so can hunger, like quake, like stereos booming, like stomachs rumbling. Abundance can shake the hood or a food desert, like here. Repurpose your balled up fists, shake it to the sky and say, hallelujah, I am full, I am fed, I have always been. May we all eventually always know this justice. May we know eat more than we know devour, more than we know consume. May we model the ways of the earth we walk on, this land we borrow, and know that all that has always fed her can forever feed us. Thank you.
Hey, Alicia. Did they say Camden, New Jersey?
Yes, Camden, New Jersey.
Montclair, New Jersey, high school.
Ah,
so,
hey, cousin.
Welcome. All right.
Nice to meet you.
Mr. Rue, back to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Claire. And Alicia, Thank you as well. And actually, I went to school in Camden and worked in Camden. And that is a community where the community has been risen up and really making a difference. Community-driven processes there. So thank you. I know that place well. Next, I'm proud to welcome from the Department of Cultural Affairs, the Director of Public Art, Felicia Feiler.
Come on up, Felicia. Good to see you.
Thank you. On behalf of the Department of Cultural Affairs, I'm really proud that Current LA Public Art Initiative is participating in the Food Policy Council's Food Day LA event. Current LA is the city's only public art triennial. It is a more modern form of public art, one that is actively aligned with the issues that affect people's daily lives. There are 15 public artworks and over 85 free public programs located in parks, one in each council district, from October 5th to November 3rd. Developed by the Department of Cultural Affairs, this year's exhibition is curated by the Institute of Contemporary Art of Los Angeles. Current LA uses local, national, and international contemporary artists and local arts organizations to create public art projects and programs that raise awareness, spark dialogue, and identify solutions for some of the pressing issues that affect our city. This year, we selected the issue of the topic of food. Through something as basic as food, artists have been able to investigate issues such as food justice, climate change, food waste, urban agriculture, colonialism, migration, health, and share cultural traditions. These are but a few of the themes that artists in Current LA Food are addressing this month. Current LA Food is an ambitious project, and ambitious projects require ambitious partners. The LA Food Policy Council is one of those ambitious partners. The Food Policy Council's theme this year of changing the food system through art and culture aptly aligns with the ideas and tenets and ethos of Current LA. And if our efforts can help them accomplish a food systems change, we welcome the challenge. So congratulations to the Food Policy Council and to all the artists and organizations working to bridge conversations and dialogues around food that can ultimately help shape policy and provide solutions for the betterment of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. Now I'm going to read off this year's Good Food Champions from each district. As I say each name, I invite the Good Food Champion to join their council members behind his or her desk. And if your council member is not here, you could stay here with me at the podium. And I also want to ask the members that I know you want to introduce and showcase your honoree, but in the interest of time, if you could refrain, because we will have a separate program right outside in the South Lawn where you could showcase and show off your honoree to the city. So, from Council District 1, Cultiva LA and Madres El Servicio de la Comunidad for Westlake Community Gardens. They could join. From Council District 2, Harvest Moon Kitchen and Marketplaces. They could join me up in the front. From Council District 3, Sugar Free Market. You can join Council District 3. From my district, Council District 4, Boulevard Kitchen. From Council District 5, Vegan Glory. You could join Mr. Koretz. From Council District 6, Kaiser Permanente's Farmers Market in Panorama City. In Council District 7, Jesus Connection Project. In Council District 8, Hilltop Coffee and Kitchen. In Council District 9, American Friends Service Committee Roots for Peace Program and All People's Community Center for the South LA Community Farm. You could join Mr. Price over there. From Council District 10, Black Women for Wellness and Jemiah E. Hargens. For Council District 11, Holy Nativity Episcopal Church for their Community Oven program. You could join Mr. Bonin. For Council District 12, Rosie's Barbecue and Grillery. For Council District 13, Lupita's Corner Market. Council District 14, if you could join me up in front, Sonora Town. And last but not least, Council District 15, I Heart Wilmington Community Gardens. You could join Mr. Buscaino. Thank you all for our 2019 Good Food Champions. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Now I know everyone is taking pictures, but without further ado, I do want to present this proudly this resolution declaring today, the 27th, as the 9th Annual Food Day Los Angeles. And of course, please join all of us and Mayor Garcetti on the South Lawn with amazing food at 12 p.m. or right outside to continue the celebration. Thank you, everybody. Let's do. In our honor is too.
Yes. This is gorgeous. This is gorgeous.
Yep. I'll drop that. All right. And we'll do a big group picture outside.
You want to do it outside?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to be hard to get everyone.
Okay. All right.
Can we do one with our honoree and staff?
Andrew.
Yeah.
He just said to do it outside.
I don't care. We're doing it that. I don't care. We have time for the press room. Super. All right, take them on to the press room. But let me take pictures of my honoree. Yeah.
That would be fantastic.
With.
Do you want to do it with the
Oh, they already got it.
resolution?
Yeah. 14.
Yep. I'm like paying it to set up.
Let me do 14 and then 4.
Go for it.
Sonora Town.
Congratulations.
All right, on camera. Oh, one more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Boulevard Kitchen?
Right here. We're going to go in the back.
Right, Boulevard.
Nice to meet you. Thank you so much.
And I want to come by. That's so amazing.
Oh,
what you do.
thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, I guess we'll do a selfie since I have no one here.
Oh, no, she can take it first.
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you. Thank you.
Get our photographer.
No, your staff was great. It was so nice to meet them, and I'd love to have you come by
Yes,
anytime.
love to.
Oh, thank you so
Let me
much.
do one more here with Harvest Moon Kitchen. Get our photographer. You guys want to come on this side too? Yeah. Okay. You're here what? I take off your sticker. Yours are hidden. Okay, there we go. All right, and then one more, our camera. We'll share this with you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rue. Let us, we can bring some order to the chambers here. We have some more city business to complete here. What's before us, Madam Clerk? We have amendments. Let's do item 3. I believe item 3 has amendments.
Yes, item 3, the amendment has been circulated, and I understand there are cards on this.
Very
So
good. Let's take item number 3. No, the amendment has been circulated with that. Let's take cards. Eric Previn, please come forward, followed by Corey Schmidt. Last call on Eric Previn. Last call, Corey. Corey, come on up. Okay, you'll have 1 minute to speak, Corey. Kajim, is Kajim here? Okay, Corey, you got 1 minute to speak.
Okay, so Corey Schmidt, for the record.
We're talking about item number 3 in regards to the neighborhood council reforms. I believe that we need to be reforming the neighborhood councils. There is a lot that needs to be done in regards to false stuff that's going on and a lot of things that I've brought up in the past. So I think that needs to happen. But I think first what needs to happen is we need to get the structure of everything done first. We need to, I think that it's a little upside down right now. We have the commissioners kind of down at the bottom, and then we have the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment on top. And I feel like the commissioners run or set policy, and then the department should instill those or make sure that they happen. So I think we should do a little bit of restructuring there, and then I think we can get some work done.
Thank you. Go ahead, Eric. Eric Previn, 1 minute. Is Eric Kajim here? Please come forward. How about a rando J?
It's Eric Previn from Studio
Go
City.
ahead, 1
Thank
minute.
you. I'm in the Studio City neighborhood, or affiliated with the Studio City Neighborhood Council. I'm on the Government Affairs Committee. This is, David Rue apparently is making a last minute adjustment to the voting age for people in the neighborhood councils down to 16. Cool, I guess, but then it's 18 to serve. So, and then there's altogether a youth group, which is between the ages of 14 and 17. So I think it's better to have one number. Getting youth into the neighborhood councils is a priority, but I don't know, I mean, they have their own electoral politics. This is just an opportunity probably to get rid of some of the more cantankerous molars, which I'm all for getting rid of people with real voting, but lowering the age so sweepingly when you're the young guy is a little bit, I don't know. I mean, I think that the other thing is to amend it like this without any community impact statements, it just smells to high heaven. Let's get a neighborhood council that's not politicized, okay? Thanks.
Thank you. Is Eric Kajim here? Last call. How about Rando? R-A-N-D-O? Last call. Antonio Ramirez, please come forward. Antonio Ramirez, please come forward. Wayne, stop disrupting this meeting. Last warning, okay? Last warning, otherwise you're going to be asked to leave. 1 minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we should have neighborhood council systems reforms. And that's because a lot of these neighborhood council meetings are involved in gang stalkings. They select or target people. So what I'm afraid of, that people who really want to make a dramatic ethical, legal, and moral changes are not able to, because eventually they will be targeted, gang stalked, violated, urinated, and farted on. So what I'm saying is we need to make all the reforms that we can, allow free-flowing engagement of conversations, ideas, and address grievances and problems in these meetings without any fear of reprisals. We need to engage in sanity. We don't want people to come and attack us and violate us in any way, shape, or form, or you will end up homeless on the streets like me.
Antonio, you need to speak on the item.
Well,
which is a neighborhood council voting.
What we are talking about reforms. Ideas need to be reformed. Instead of being bashed, attacked, and violated for presenting your ideas in any forum, we should be allowed the freedom. God bless America and Donald Trump.
Thank you. Is there a Lyra? L-A-Y-R-A? Please come forward. How about go ahead, Wayne, 1 minute, followed by Rob Kwan.
So yes, I definitely think that it's appropriate for the 16-year-olds to go out there and vote. 16-year-olds are old enough to fuck. 16-year-olds are old enough to take dope. 16-year-olds are old enough to drive. 16-year-old folks are old enough to start shoplifting and stealing. 16-year-olds are old enough to tell their mama and daddy to go fuck themselves. 16-year-olds are very, very mature in the 21st century. Not like when I grew up, not like when Joe grew up. 16-year-olds are little kids. But today's 16-year-olds are battled warriors. Warriors for the future. And that's why just be sure to keep the kids away from the cops so they don't get sodomized.
Hey,
Thank you.
Rob Kwan, 1 minute.
I think this is an area where we should have a uniform voting age. It really doesn't make sense to have different voting ages involved with neighborhood councils. I think the big effort here was to try to make things streamlined and consistent, and instead we're getting a multi-tiered system. I also think, on the note of, anybody running for neighborhood council, what's the point? Submitting a community impact statement and actually speaking on it. If they came to today's council meeting, they'd wait 2 hours to speak. If they came to Wednesdays, they wouldn't wait any minutes. I think it makes no sense for our council president to continue withholding these presentations and proclamations from our agendas. People come out from the valley to speak at these halls. People actually care about these issues, and instead,
Mr.
what
President,
we
the
get?
speaker is off topic.
Last warning. Go ahead, finish your time. Okay. With that, members, we have item 3 before us with amendments that have already been circulated. Let us open the roll on item 3, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Approved as amended. Item number 5 now, members. Item 5 is now before us.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, number 5 is an amendment, and there are cards on this item.
Very good. Is there Bonnie Wright? Please come forward. Let's take the cards. Bonnie. Followed by Kevin Patel. Is Kevin here? Please come forward. Go ahead, Bonnie. You're up first. Thanks for your patience. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, City Council member.
Hold on. Your mic's not on. Hold on, ma'am. Try that now. Just speak
Is
closer
it?
to the mic.
Yeah.
There you go. Much better.
Yes. Good morning, City Council members. I'm here today first to celebrate Food Day that obviously we just heard the speakers from, and most particularly to support this item number 5, which is basically to provide vegan options as a protein in places. And I think we've obviously seen and heard of the wildfires that have ravaged Brazil, and we can't talk about food without talking about the climate crisis. And I believe until we have access and choices and options in places, we can't systemically shift our patterns and habits to support the environment. So I think by having this item number and changing this policy can protect us and help us to provide access to all to make more sustainable eating habits and choices. So I hope you support it, and thank you.
Give me your name again, ma'am, for the record. Ma'am, your name again for the record.
Oh, sorry. Bonnie Wright.
Thank you so much. Okay. This Kevin Patel?
Right here.
Hold on, sir. Hold on. Is there a Carol Henning? Please come forward. Jessica Aldridge, please come forward. Go ahead, Mr. Patel. The floor is yours. 1 minute.
Thank you. As a fellow alum of the LAUSD school system, I would often remember the day-to-day struggle of starving myself because there was no food that I would be able to eat. There was no option of a vegan meal for me. I, as a youth climate activist, find it even more difficult when I attend many city events and or go to a city venue. They too don't have an option for me and for my peers as well. So I come before you today, and I really just want to ask you to really take notice on what we really want. We want an option. This is just an option for us. It's not changing the entire meal option. The climate crisis is the most important issue. It's the most defining issue of our time. I think it's very important to just give us that time to really say that this is important, to just give us an option. So thank you.
Thank you. Carol, please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Carol Henning. I'm a member of the Sierra Club Angeles chapter. These are my colleagues, Patricia McPherson and Kathy Knight. I am co-chair of the Chapter Conservation Committee. I'd like you to know that we welcome and support Councilmember Koretz's vegan protein options motion, and take notice, it's an option, not a mandate. Let's consider the iconic American meal, the cheeseburger. This takes 699 gallons of water to make a single cheeseburger. Of the components of this all-American entree, Buns, lettuce, tomato slice, cheese, and meat patty, the ones that require by far the most water to produce, are the cheese slice, 56 gallons, and the meat patty, 616 gallons. Am I done?
Thank you, Carol. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your time.
All right, I'd like to end with a short refrain, though. All we are saying is give peas a chance.
Jessica Aldridge, please.
And carrots.
Your time's up, ma'am. Thank you so much. Jessica, please come forward. Thank you. Rando. Go ahead, Jessica.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Aldridge. I am representing SoCal 350 and Adventures in Waste today. Motion number 5 is not asking us to change menus to an all-vegan diet, but it's simply asking to provide an option that is supportive of the city's greenhouse gas reduction initiatives. Those initiatives that you passed as a city council, as you passed as the city's sustainability plan, and as the city calls it, the Green New Deal. We concern ourselves with greenhouse gas emissions coming from our landfills, passing regulations to ensure organics reduction. But what of the overall greater emissions related to meat? What of providing our constituents, your constituents, an option to support your environmental efforts and your greenhouse gas reduction, methane emission reduction efforts as well? What of supporting those environmental efforts by providing an option? I ask that the city move on drafting an ordinance to provide vegan protein options on an ongoing basis with the Department of Rec, Parks and Zoos, Meals on Wheels, LAWA, and the movie theaters and large-scale entertainment venues. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a Rando, Jay? Rando, please come forward. Antonia Ramirez. Last call on Antonia. Is there a Katie Arth? Katie Arth? You'll speak after Antonia. Just make your way up. Thank you. Followed by Eric Previn. Go
Thank
ahead,
you very
Antonio.
much.
Antonia, speak to the item that you pulled, okay? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the city and the county of Los Angeles is a fucking zoo and a jungle. But I am for vegan diets. I think we do need to change our focus in heavy meals, such as killing off many of the animals. We need to protect our existence. We need to protect our meat industry, and we need to fortify that meat industry by allowing more cows to live and farting so we can have more gas in the air. But we need vegan diets because it is healthy. We need more vegan diets because we don't live in a society of the 40s and 50s. We live in a very hustling and bustling society, and people just don't digest their food anymore. Remember, all the food is now controlled by Monsanto, where they have deprived us of real nutritious and valuable nutrients, lunches and meals.
Thank you. Katie, you're up. 1 minute, followed by Eric Previn, followed by Corey Schmidt. Corey, make your way up after Eric. Go ahead, ma'am. You're up. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Katie Arth, and I'm a representative of Animal Equality. We are an international animal protection organization that is based in Hollywood. I'm here to show my support for this motion. As you can know, plant-based eating is a global trend for environmental, animal welfare, and health reasons, and Los Angeles is a leader in so many ways, and we hope that they will continue to be by passing this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for joining us. Thanks for your patience. Eric Previn, Corey Schmidt, followed by Kajim. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think this is an important direction to be heading in because people all over America are realizing that there are healthier ways to eat, and some of the foods cost a disproportionate amount in resources. So you're seeing great support for things that you might never want to look at if you like a real burger. Nothing about the other speaker, but some people do like a good burger, but now you can get an alternative. So I think it's nice to provide options. The one thing that I think is really interesting about this motion is we're looking at city departments going around seeing that they make our concessionaires provide at least one option, which seems totally fair. But you can see the hand of the lobbyists reaching in and putting a line through movie theaters. You can't have, God forbid, we should have a vegan entree at a movie theater. Why not? Why not, David Rue? You're the guy who loves NBC Universal in the studios. Why can't the folks who provide, I am on the item, sir, sit down. Why are we not allowed to require that movie theaters and other large entertainment venues provide at least one vegan option? I'd like to see all the theaters who put the lobbyists in there to mark it out step forward and explain why not.
Corey,
Thanks.
you're up. Thank you. Kajim, last call. How about a Chris Hendrickson? Go ahead, Corey, you're up.
Okay, Corey Schmidt for the record. I think I might have missed the mark on the last one a little bit. So this one is in regards to food and vegan stuff. So I'm seeing that there's no beef. But I disagree because I think there's a lot of beef actually, especially within this neighborhood council system, especially local ones. So I think that that beef should be taken care of. And I think that some of the members that are in these neighborhood councils should make like produce and leave. I think that they should leave rather quickly, if not by force. So I think that, because there's beef all over, you can't have food inside the neighborhood councils. There's a lot of issues with food happening in the neighborhood councils. So there's a lot of problems stemming from this beef. And, like I said, like a lot of other types of produce I'd like to see happen, they should leave.
Thank you. Chris, please come forward. Hendrickson. How about Diana Mendoza? Please come forward. JP Rose, please come forward. Go ahead, Chris, you're up.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate this motion because, as a resident of Los Angeles, going out to these various venues, it's really important for me to have a vegan protein option available, and to see this, in front of everybody is just really exciting. I've been supporting this from the beginning since it was introduced a few months ago, and going to continue to support it. So I just want to thank you all for, taking this item and putting it on the measure and being able to discuss it and set a trend for other cities to follow so that we can make vegan food options available not only in Los Angeles but also continuing across the country. So thank you very much, and I hope you support this motion.
Thank you. Diana? JP, then Wayne, come on up. Go ahead, Diana.
Hi, I'm Diana Mendoza from PETA, here on behalf of our more than 166,000 members and supporters in Los Angeles to support this motion requiring vegan options in city venues because it will save lives, our health, and the environment. Cows, pigs, chickens, and other animals used for food feel happiness, love, and fear, yet nearly all of the billions of them killed for food are raised on crowded, filthy factory farms where they're subjected to extreme crowding, routine mutilations without pain relief, a terrifying trip to the slaughterhouse, and a violent, painful death. Every person who goes vegan saves the lives of nearly 200 animals a year. And this motion is more urgent now than ever as the UN warns that global shift to vegan eating is necessary to combat the worst effects of global warming. This motion will make vegan foods more accessible to thousands of Angelenos and visitors alike so they can more easily make kind, sustainable choices. Please approve these reports and this motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. JP Rose. Wayne Spindler, come on up. Wayne, come on up.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is J.P. Rose, and I'm with the Center for Biological Diversity, which is a national conservation organization dedicated to endangered species with over 1.6 million members and online activists, including 11,000 in Los Angeles. The Center strongly supports the motion to expand access to plant-based options at city facilities. Expanding access is critical because meat production is a key driver of climate change. About 15% of greenhouse gas emissions are linked to animal agriculture. In addition, meat consumption is a key driver of habitat loss and deforestation. Nearly half the land mass in the lower 48 states is used for raising animals and feed crops, pushing out native wildlife like mountain lions, wolves, and grizzly bears. This motion is an opportunity for LA to show leadership in creating a healthier and more sustainable food system. Thank you for your time, and please vote in favor of the motion.
Thank you. Wayne, is there a Lyra Himowitz? Lyra? How about a Reverend Dr. A? And the Chief Hunt? Please come forward. Go ahead. 1 minute.
So yes, this is a very good motion written by Fat Slob Pork Clarets regarding putting the city on a diet. There are many, many fat fucking cunts all around.
All right,
For
stop
example,
this time.
speak
Speak to the item, okay? Last warning.
We have people that are fat because they eat too much meat products. So please, on my amending motion from the floor, the following person shall be kept away from meat in this motion: Nuri Martinez, Monica Rodriguez, Ackley Padilla, Alexis Marin, Herb Wesson III, Holly Walcott, and Eileen Decker. You have to understand the need for this motion. An urgency motion is needed because of the obesity crisis currently in City Hall. And remember, keep the meats away from these fat fucking cunts.
Okay, Red Hunt, you're up. 1 minute.
The Red Chief Hunt. I'm gonna start the right way, the old way, the get up and go way. I'm gonna have a bulldozer. I'm gonna have a powerful feel for Cheerios. The Red Chief Hunt.
Is there a Arnold Mira, is it? Your name?
Mellow Desire? Reverend Dr. Mellow Desire?
Okay, thank you. 1 minute.
So we're talking about food deserts. Healthy food options definitely in South LA is not an option. One thing I just realized that Monique Brooks from the USDA, Department of Agriculture, she actually wrote a letter to shut down EBT in South LA. So healthy education, stores with fruits and vegetables, sometimes is not the owner's problem. On Gage and Broadway.
The speaker is not speaking to
Hold
the
her
agenda
time,
item.
please. Hold her time. Please speak to the item, ma'am. You've done this before.
Yes.
Do you know the item you're speaking on?
Yes, item 5.
Okay, stay to the item.
Health, Education, Neighborhood, Parks, Arts, and River Committee report. Isn't that what we're talking about? Good food? Good food? Isn't that what we're talking about? Healthy options?
Vegan options at city facilities.
Okay. So I'm on topic. Please don't stop my, can you give me my time back, 30 seconds?
Give her 10 seconds back, please. Thank you.
10 seconds.
Go ahead, finish it up.
So if you're going to cut into my time, do me a favor, fix Watts. Fix District 15 before you interrupt anybody else's time. I'm talking about food that we don't have in South LA. Give me that one goddamn minute to hear what the problem is so you can try to at least entertain us by fixing the problem.
Thank you. Arnold Sachs, please come forward. And Hillary Hendrickson. And the last speaker on this item is Rob Kwan. Go ahead, Arnold. You're up first. 1 minute.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. So this is another incident. I'm not too big on this anyway. Nanny government on city venues, we have to have vegan food. You'd think that with all you see in the restaurants and in the grocery stores, it is a coming trend. They'll get the program. Dr. Mello Desire talked about food in South Central. It would be nice if the people that were here and concerned about diets and everything spoke up when the city council decided to eliminate fast food restaurants in South Central a couple of years ago. That was brought forth by Jan Perry. And then when they made the raises for people who work, there's no jobs in South Central because there's no fast food restaurants. But if you're going to be nanny government, I got a suggestion. You know those toothpicks you get with the plastic wrappers? I know the governor said we're going to eliminate straws. Eliminate toothpick wrappers.
Okay, your time's up. Thank you. Hillary?
Good afternoon, honorable committee members. My name is Hillary Hendrickson, and I'm a Los Angeles resident and also the corporate relations manager at Mercy for Animals. We're an LA-headquartered global organization dedicated to creating a compassionate food system for people, animals, and our planet. We strongly support this motion to make vegan protein options available in certain Los Angeles facilities and respectfully urge the committee to continue to support this motion. We commend Councilmember Koritz's leadership introducing this measure. I would like to emphasize one aspect of this motion in that it does not remove any meal options from current menus. It simply requires that plant-based entree options are added and made available on an ongoing basis. By making more plant-based options available to Los Angeles residents and visitors, the city will reduce its greenhouse gas emissions and benefit the health of its residents, while decreasing animal suffering and generating revenue. I encourage you to review our official letter of support for more data and research to that end. I brought along a copy for each of you. Please continue to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Final speaker is Rob Kwan.
I think it's worth noting that during this item, until Councilmembers O'Farrell and Blumenfield returned, we only had 5 people. And I look up at that queue and I wonder how many of these people are actually around these chambers. How many of them are outside of the chambers, taking pictures, getting their earned media, grabbing a bite to eat? Maybe that should be updated. When it comes to the imposition of requirements for local major entertainment venues, I think this is one that can understand. I do think the Smith and Wesson motion that Council President Wesson introduced, requiring large entertainment venues to allow off-duty officers to bring firearms in, is a no-go. So I do just want to plug that, and I wonder, the city attorney would like to direct attention to potentially, I'll save it. Next item.
Thank you. Okay, we have one speaker on the queue, Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the reasons for this are fairly self-evident. Certainly climate change is something none of us can miss, especially the last few days with wildfires constantly surrounding us, and with the Amazon rainforest still burning, which supplies 20% of the world's oxygen. We know the animal cruelty-related reasons for reducing our meat consumption as well. It's all related to that. But what this does is not force anybody to eat vegan, but to guarantee that Los Angeles' residents and visitors in places where they're captive audiences, like the airport, have access to vegan options. And so at LAX, we ask that there be one vegan restaurant at every terminal, and that all the other restaurants have one identifiable vegan protein option. It's not a lot to ask, but it guarantees that even if you have a party of 7 and one of them is a vegan, that you can find a place to eat at any restaurant, and if you have a vegan party, you can find a good place as a choice at LAX. It's true of our entertainment venues, it's true of our sports venues. We want people to have that option, and the more they take advantage of that, those who are vegan, those who are vegetarian, those who are reducitarian, as I am, trying to eat as little meat as possible when it's available. This makes it plausible and makes it easier and makes it more likely that we will reduce our meat consumption, which is only a positive. So we have an amendment. The amendment removes movie theaters because we have worked with the movie theater associations, and they are moving forward with this voluntarily. And they've done pilots at places like the Grove, found it remarkably successful, and so we're not concerned about that particular industry and amended them out. But this would deal with all the other captive entertainment venues in the city of Los Angeles and other venues like the airport. And I think it'll be significantly positive, and I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt, don't disrupt this meeting. That's your last warning, okay? Thank you. So with that, members, item 5 is now before us. The amendment has been circulated. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That's approved as amended. Thank you. Okay, now, members, if turn your attention to the special agenda, let's recess our regular scheduled meeting and turn to the special meeting. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield, Bonin, Buscaino, Cedillo, Harris, Dawson, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Lee, Martinez, O'Farrell, Price, Rodriguez, Rue, Wesson, 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President. Item number 6 is an item for which public hearing has been held. However, since this is a special meeting, there are cards on this that should be taken, and
Okay,
would council
let's
like
take the cards. Let's take the cards. Eric Previn, please come forward, followed by Corey Schmidt. Eric, still here?
Thank you. I take note that this is a special meeting scheduled for 10:15 a.m. Now, you got 2 items on here, both each in a different section, but obviously if we're following the rule, we shouldn't be labeling them like this because it's confusing. But item 7, speaking to the merits, is $7.6 million of sweeps money being transferred. We want to get more sanitation overtime.
Okay, hold this time. We're
into the
speaking on
current-
item 6 on the special, okay?
I beg your pardon?
Item number 6 is special.
6 and 7. This is a special meeting on both.
No, we're on item 6. Please follow the agenda. This is not your first
Oh,
rodeo.
okay,
here.
then we're zeroing
Go
out.
ahead.
I mean, why didn't you tell me that, sir? Ordinarily, you called us up on the 2 items in the special meeting. Okay, item 6. No, I'm talking about item 7, sir, and I'm talking about that transfer
Mr. President,
that is being made ahead of the
called item
FSO.
6.
Okay, 6 is Vin Scully. Right, okay, we'll talk about 6. Fine. Now, what are you trying to do, play a game with my time? Okay, I'll speak about that item, but that's of less interest because what that is, you're going to try to deny the appeal of Erica Olsey.
Okay, your time's up.
Yeah.
Corey, item number 6 on the special agenda. Please come forward, Corey. Kajim is not here. How about Arando? Please come forward. Go ahead, 1 minute. Item 6 on the special.
Okay, Corey Schmidt for the record. This one is about Dodger Stadium and having, I believe, more accessibility to the stadium. I really like this. I think that it's a good move. There is need for this because people want to go see the Dodgers, and I know that we're having some tough times in terms of winning, but I think that we can do good stuff as long as people are able to go. And I think that as long as we're not changing the area around it, it's a cute neighborhood around there. But I believe this is just about the stadium itself. So in that regard, I believe this is a great idea. I think we should move forward with it. And on that note, in regards to, I would say maybe 3 or 6 different problem issues, like the Dodgers, I'm going to hit this out of the park.
Antonio Ramirez, please come forward. Followed by Wayne.
Well, for starters, you need to rename the Dodger Stadium to the Yankee Stadium. That would be a lot more exciting and tantalizing and vivacious because you know them Yankees kick ass. But having said that, yes, thank you.
Last warning.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a sad thing. The Dodger Stadium does need to step up on its security. You remember the incident where all the fans and non-fans of the Dodgers were attacking and bullying a lot of the people. You got melees and brawls breaking out, and what we need is to hire military security and protect the visitors, the guests, and the travelers. You can't have melees and brawls breaking out at an event. It's just not humane and it's not civilized, for God's sakes. We're tired of having these fucking wetbacks and gangbangers and drug dealers and niggers attacking people. Stop the violence and provide adequate security and protect the people who are paying these heavy tickets. These
Wayne,
tickets that are so
Your time
costly.
is up. Time's up. Wayne, followed by the Red Chief Hunt.
So we get the biggest fucking losers, the Dodgers. So what do they want? To put in more improvements. We don't need improvements off the field. We need improvements on the field with this fucking corporate-owned team. You got beat by the Washington Nationals. Nobody even knows who they are. And they're this Dodger team. Me and Gil Cedillo were sitting there in 1988, the last time the Dodgers did anything significant. 31 years of nothingness, 31 years of bullshit, 31 years of ownership. As I said in Plum, I amend this motion, Mr. Cedillo amends this motion to move the Dodgers to Brooklyn, tear down Dodger Stadium, and make it a homeless encampment. Fuck the Dodgers.
Red Chief Hunt. Last call, Red Chief Hunt. Is there Arnold Sachs still here? And Rob Kwan, please come forward.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon again, Arnold Sachs. I find it somewhat disingenuous that we have a lot of people concerned about greenhouse gas, and you have an item here that involves CEQA, and it doesn't mention about doing an environmental impact report on any changes prior to demolition. And at some point, somebody's light bulbs are going to go off and say, you know what? We need to do CEQA on the pre-demolition instead of the post-demolition, because that's when the greenhouse gases get really bad. And I'm also wondering if this has anything to do with Metro's the rail they want to put in, the tramway from Union Station to Dodger Stadium.
Thank you.
They have $8
Rob
billion.
Kwan, your time's up. Rob Kwan, you're up. 1 minute.
I've inquired about this before, and I was told that during a meeting, members can stray off to certain areas in the back, and they don't need to maintain an exact quorum. But when we call a meeting to order...
Mr. President, this comment is more appropriate for general public comment. You need to speak to the item.
Last warning, Rob.
Item and the legitimacy of your vote. Is it not? You just want to fuck with us?
Speak to the item.
We don't have 11 members here or anything close to it.
Okay,
City
you just
attorney and
forfeited
city
your
clerk-
time. Okay, you're not speaking to the item.
I'm talking to the
Okay, you
legitimacy
just
of
forfeited
this
your
vote
time.
and
You've
these
been warned
proceedings
before,
in
Rob.
this special meeting.
Okay, so sit down, please. You've forfeited your time. You're not speaking to the item. Yes. Okay, item number 6. Okay, now you're disrupting this meeting. Please sit down. Thank you, Mr. Kwan. With that, okay, you know what? He continues to disrupt this meeting. Please escort Mr. Rob Kwan out of the chambers. Thank you. Going to call for a 5-minute recess. Wayne, sit down, please. Rob, I'm going to give you your 1 minute back. Rob, come on in. Come on back. Okay, welcome back from our recess. We have our last speaker on item number 6. Rob Kwan, you'll be given 1 minute to speak on item number 6. Please be sure to speak to the item. Thank you.
I'll be brief. I appreciate that eventually we got stuff together. I don't know what the solution is. Maybe we need GPS trackers for our council members so we know when they step in and out. It's an idea. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Wayne, you already spoke on item 6. Okay, with that, we have one member on the queue, Mr. Cedillo.
Members, thank you. This matter came out of Plum, unanimous vote. It's a urgent matter. As you know, Chavez Ravine, Dodger Stadium was built in 1962. Prior to the changes in our society with respect to access, prior to ADA requirements. And so as a result, like many other buildings, it did not and does not have full accessibility. This is an extraordinary proposal in that it is a $100 million investment, private investment from the Dodgers to redo parts of the stadium and to create full accessibility. There will be new ramps out for the bleachers, there will be new elevators, there will be new escalators, and there will be accessibility throughout the entirety of the stadium. In addition, the community will benefit as they build new plazas and areas for socialization, and that will help meter out the parking. And so the congestion that is a natural product of having 55,000 people come to one location will be mitigated by the fact that the movement to the stadium and from the stadium will be staggered. And so there'll be benefit both for the ADA community. Obviously, and if you would have seen the testimony at the meeting, you would have seen many people from the disabled community who would love to be able to enjoy the games, have full access, enjoy it with their families, and who have waited for this opportunity. And so we thank the Dodgers for their commitment to that. In addition, the city will benefit because we will then be prepared to welcome the nation and the world to Major League Baseball's All-Star Game next year, which will kick off a whole range of Major League and world sports that will be taking place in our city. We will be able to welcome them and show them how we make our public space open to both the entirety of the city and to the world. And so with that, I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Cedillo. Okay, with that, item number 6 is before us, members. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
It's approved. Let's now take
Mr. President, there's a request to have item 6 go forthwith, sir.
Without objection, we'll take item 6 forthwith.
Next,
Thank you.
item 7 is an item for which public hearing has not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
And item 7 has cards.
Very good. Eric Previn, please come forward, followed by Corey Schmidt, followed by Wayne. If I call your name, please come forward toward the center. Corey, Wayne, come forward. Come on up, Wayne.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City. We got John Lee, Martinez, O'Farrell, Rodriguez, Rue, Yu, Busquino, Blumenfield, Mike Bonin, Gil Cedillo.
Hold
and
this
Paul
time,
Peretz.
please.
Mazel tov.
You need to speak to the item, item number 7.
I just wanted to make
no,
sure.
you're not. Speak to the item. Last one.
Don't interrupt me again. Thank you. I'm going on right now to the item, which is $7.6 million is being transferred, thanks to a VOC, shiftly on a special meeting agenda into more sweeps. Now, there's a big conversation in Los Angeles about not doing sweeps, instead doing, kind of more services. So one question, like the LAFC, I don't know if you read Ruben Vive's article about the vendedores who were so excited because LAFC won last night. LAFC lets vendedores vend. In Carson, they don't. Why don't you take from the chapter of LAFC and do good to do well and consider holding off on this funding of overtime to do additional sweeps for just a short period of time and do some good for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey, you're up. Wayne, come on up. Wayne, are you forfeiting your minute? Come on up. Red Chief Hunt, come on up. Okay. Go ahead, 1 minute.
Corey Schmidt for the record. Okay, so I agree with this motion because there's a lot of trash on our streets, and as you just kind of saw, there's kind of a lot of garbage everywhere within our city. So I really do think that this needs to take place because I think that we should have sweeps not for the homeless, but for just cleaning up the trash off the streets. And you know, because I was doing it myself, and it's really tiresome. I could use a team, and I know we have a department for this. So I think that we should, if you know, over time if we need to, but I think we need to be funding this more. We need to get more trash cans on the streets so that trash doesn't end up on the ground. You know, and I'm a little disappointed because just like what we just saw, you know, there's just some shifty stuff like the meetings at the same exact time. I was rejected from a meeting yesterday.
Okay, you're not speaking to the item, Corey.
It's regarding the trash, and it was trash yesterday. So I'll get to it more in a second.
All right, Wayne, come on up, followed by Arnold Sachs. Is Arnold here? Please come forward. Red Chief Hunt. Go ahead, 1 minute.
So we're here to get $3 million to pick up shit. We're here to get $3 million to pick up urine and trash, especially at Coronado and 8th and Coronado and James M. Woods. I call Gil Cedillo's office every fucking night to beg him to pick up that homeless crap they just burned on 914 South Hoover Street. They fucking set a fire and nearly burnt 3 buildings down, and Gil Cedillo's covering it up because he needs this fucking money. So that's why you gotta leave it up to the Jews to get the goddamn money for picking up shit. So this is the one time you will ever hear me say, thank you, Councilman Koretz, for this motion. It's making me sick, but I have to do it. Okay.
Arnold Sachs, come forward. Rob Kwan, please come forward. Rob, come on up.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon again, Arnold Sachs. So we're doing another sweep to pick up after the homeless. And I heard yesterday in Metro about PATH and all the outreach work they're doing and all the outreach work that everybody is doing and the homeless encampments everywhere and all the trash that's piling up, and wonder why the county doesn't get involved and use its funding with its health department for the KRLA initiative, the ACA initiative that allows homeless people to have a premium paid so that they can have a bed for treatment. When is the council going to step up to the plate and say, you know what, county, we can provide beds. You can provide the money. We can put people to work instead of paying overtime to people to clean up after everybody.
Thank you.
We can get people cleaned up and get them off the streets.
Your time's
and
up.
it won't
Rob Kwan, come forward. Oh, you're forfeiting. Okay, thank you. So with that, members, item 7, let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, item 7 is approved.
Mr. President, there's a request for item 7 to go forthwith, sir.
Without objection, we'll take item 7 forthwith. So with that, members, let us now adjourn the special meeting, and let us now bring us back to the regular scheduled meeting. Let's now take, did I do that right, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, council has general public comment
All right,
left,
let's do
sir.
that. So general public comment, speak on items that are not on the agenda. Eric Previn, please come forward, followed by Rob Kwan, followed by Corey Schmidt. Please make your way to the center aisle. Thank you.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City. And on October 16th in Studio City at CBS Radford, a group, the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council, I'm a government affairs chair. I don't sit on the board at the moment. They voted 11-3 to do a couple of things. One was to send a request for a special investigation to the U.S. Attorney, because those are the folks who were rooting around at LADWP, about that lawsuit where Mike Fuhr decided to withdraw the ratepayers' position because he was concerned that 2 city attorneys would plead the fifth. Well, the neighbors in my neighborhood were like, what? What about the ratepayers' cha-ching? We'll get that back, please. And the second message was directly to Mr. Fuhr to provide a corrective action plan about why or how this is not going to happen again. And Mr. Buscaino, I think you remember pretending to be angry at the city attorney, and others of you have tried to wave your hand pretending to be angry. But the people are really concerned about the abuse of our public funds and the,
Okay, your
neglecting
please.
our interests.
Mr. Kwan, you're up. 1 minute, general public comment.
I think we should all be questioning the leadership of this council. There's been a lot of talk about restoring trust, but process is just as important as policy in that effort, and I think this council is failing at both. We're in the John Ferraro council chambers, so let's have a little history lesson. I went to the archives to look into our 1990 ethics reforms in Measure H, and as of course Mayor Bradley had a corruption scandal that instigated the Cohen Commission. Within 1 month of that report's release, Council had 3 meetings. We've had 3 meetings in 9 months. Within 3 months that overlapped the winter recess, they put something on the ballot. They had dozens of meetings, whereas this council, it took 4 months for our city attorney to present us with half an ordinance. I think it's also worth noting that in 1990, Nate Holden was one of the biggest opponents of ethics in the city of LA, Chief of Staff being Herb Wesson, 30 years of tradition.
Corey, you're up. 1 minute, followed by Wayne. Make yourself, make your way toward the front, Wayne.
Okay, so just want to, Bob, I like you. I like all of you guys a lot. I don't have bad feelings, but you know, I'm disappointed about yesterday how I wasn't allowed to be at the meeting. We got a lot of problems going on in the Valley, and I wanted to speak at the tech meeting, and it didn't happen. So, you know, besides that, we have, you know, voting issues that we just saw, and I wanted to get to, you know, I wasn't allowed to speak on some items today. They were opened up. I had cards on them, and I wasn't allowed to speak. So I want to talk about this guy, Kareem. You know, from what I've heard, he's got like 48 to 65 credit cards. You know, he's always outside of the country, and he's always flying back and forth, and I think that he's got a conflict of interest, and just this whole, you know, neighborhood council thing and the all of this stuff is just, it's just, there needs to be some cleaning up, you know what I mean? I like you guys. I'm not coming down on you personally, but
Thank you, Wayne, you're up.
We need to do things right.
Arnold Sachs, please make your way towards the front. Go ahead, Wayne, 1 minute.
So what a shame. The Wesson crime family now has a new member. First, we had the retarded son, Justin, and his little wedding gift. Now we have the big fat slob son, Herb Wesson III, that no longer works here. He quit in July, right after the FBI raid on the DWP and the goddamn city attorney's office. Ran like a little cow, a little rrr. That's right. So read City Watch. It's called the FBI report. That's right. And now they're blaming the whole thing on goddamn Gil Cedillo. Gil Cedillo arranged the discount for Herb III. Gil Cedillo made the deal. Gil Cedillo delivered the cash. Gil Cedillo this. Gil Cedillo that. So always remember, Nuri, they'll blame that on the Mexicans, these fucking Jew cocksuckers.
Carol Sachs. Red Chief Hunt, is he here? Looks like he left the building. Antonio Ramirez, please make your way toward the front.
Yes,
followed by Robin Turner.
Thank you. So I'm somewhat confused. I'm listening to some of this agenda, and I've been, I don't know. So the Dodgers are going to spend $100 million on making it ADA compliant in 2019. I believe the ADA compliant bill went through, in the late 90s or early 2000 of this year. There's access services. There's everything. There's been stadium is built. How come nobody has ever sued the Dodgers? You get people going around in wheelchairs suing small businesses if they have a lip on their door frame that they can't get their wheelchair in, and they're settling. How come nobody has sued the Dodgers and said, you know what, we can't get into the stadium because we have a wheelchair? What is the purpose? And the city's oversight here? Requiring ADA compliance is more important than requiring vegan meals.
Up. Antonio, please come forward. Is there Robin Turner? Robin Turner, please come forward, ma'am. Thank you.
Welcome to the LA poverty homeless holocaust of the world. My two chief complaints are against the Catholic Church, La Reina de Los Angeles, located at 535 North Main Street, Los Angeles, California, 90012. We need ICE to deport the money-hungry and hypocritical fucking priests and the employee Ricardo, and among many other employees who are violent, vicious stalkers and gangbangers. They do not help the homeless, not the elderly, or even the women, not even providing them a bottle of water in a blistering heat day. And the second one is La Plaza de Cultura y Artes, located at 501 North Main Street, California, 90012. Walter, the big shot Latino asshole fart, and his Securitas security outfit headed by bald-headed fat fuck gangbanger Alonso. These two atrocious, inhumane, diabolical, hypocritical, evil, and racist hate-mongering Latinos entities send criminal felons to harass, flood homeless out of their sidewalks, urinate and vandalize our tents, violate and assault the homeless women, and steal from the tourists.
Thank you. Ms. Turner, you're up. Is there a Rando, Jay? Rando? How about a Sergio Marcial? Go ahead, you're up.
Thank you for allowing me to talk this morning, or this afternoon now. I'm here for three small items. I'm a small business owner in the city, and we have some issues with us being consultants for, I'm in environmental, archaeology, paleontology, and the Native American community. And we have some issues with I'd like the city attorney to see if we can resolve of a waiver of subrogation for workers' comp on the city. It costs us an extra 6% of our entire payroll every year to work in the city, and it doesn't happen to any other agencies. I'd also like to be able to talk about CEQA. We've gone back in the planning department about 40 years, and CEQA, you're not responding well to getting archaeology and paleontology the services. And the third thing is that there's somebody in the planning department that's giving other archaeology companies.
Thank you.
And I'd like to give this to the staff.
To our sergeants, please.
Yeah.
To your right, ma'am. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. Yeah, because it's literally somebody else's contract that they're giving around, so we're not getting work.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Is that Sergio? Please come forward.
Yes.
How about Micah Roberts? Please come forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Sergio Marcial. I'm here to support the AFIBA Center and to urge the City Hall to allow the center to stay under the same leadership and to stop the eviction process. The AFIBA Center has been a vital part of the community for the past 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Milo?
No, this is Michael Roberts.
I understand. Please go.
Okay. I think that this is basically a blatant reflection of racism and socialism, the attempt to remove the AFIBA Center. Today we saw Thailand, little Thailand. We saw little Korea. You talked about little Italy. We don't have a little Africa, but we do have the AFIBA Center. This is a place where us as African Americans can come and share our cultural ideas and build within our community in a positive way. And it's led by a firefighter. This is this is Los Angeles' finest. You know what I'm saying? I mean, nobody ever says, fuck the fire department. So, this man right here has been leading in this community for 20 years. It's a very good place for us. And I don't think that we should be picked on. I think you guys need to, raise up off the AFIBA Center because this is our spot. Y'all good with everybody else's little town. Well, we need to have this so we can eventually move on to Africa Town. That's what it is.
Thank you. Is there Miss Desire? Miss Desire? How about a Asata? Umoja? Jabari, please come forward. Miss Umoja?
Okay, good morning. So I'm here to talk about an abuse of power. So, you know, we're looking at, again, you know, all the regalities that went on this morning, you know, so fantastic. But in our community, what we need is to be able to have a place, again, where we go, where we have opportunity to express ourselves, to be empowered. And so it's time, the council person is not here, I guess he's celebrating somewhere, but it's time for not only him, but the council to make sure you don't neglect key stakeholders in communities. Anytime you build anything, the key stakeholders are important. The key stakeholders in Hyde Park have really kind of been overlooked. I mean, you can leaflet and you can meet and you can continue to ignore our voices, or you can acknowledge the will of the people. The Afiba Center is an entity that belongs to the community and needs to remain as a community entity under its current leadership. City property is community property. This means community voice.
Thank you. Jabari? Thank you, ma'am. Asata? Chair Jabari, please come forward. Mr. Omoja? Your name?
Ms. Omoja just
okay,
left.
Jabari?
Can I get my minute back?
Hold his time. Give his minute. So you are Jabari, correct?
That's correct. My name is Jabari Jamani.
Thank you so much for your patience.
Yes, sir. I'm the director of the Afiba Center. The Afiba Center is an African-centered institution in South Los Angeles. Our goal is to enhance the community through the social and cultural and community programs that we represent.
Hold his time. I'm sorry, sir. Okay, Ms. Ramirez continues to disrupt this meeting. Okay. So can you see, Ms. Ramirez, you got to leave. Okay. Okay, get her out of here, please. Ramirez, Antonia, you continue to disrupt this meeting. You've been warned. You've got to go. You've got to go. You've got to go. Madam City Attorney?
Yes, and for the record, Ms. Antonia Ramirez continues to shout and scream as officers are trying to lead her from the room.
Thank you so much. Continues to disrupt this meeting as she's leaving the chambers.
And she continues to scream and shout in case the record.
Antonia, you got to go.
Hear that?
Continues to disrupt this meeting as she's shouting as she's leaving the chambers. Okay, I'm going to give you your minute back, sir.
Thank you,
Go
sir.
ahead.
My name is Jabari Jamani, and I am the director of the Afiba Center you've heard mentioned. The Afiba Center is an African-centered institution in Los Angeles. We hope to better the social condition of South LA through our cultural and educational programming, as we've done for 20 years. I'm here in the spirit of the law, and hopefully what will soon be the letter of the law, and commending the city council and moving forward with an ordinance which will prevent landlords from serving eviction notices on tenants in the way that Councilman Marquise Harris Dawson has served an eviction notice on us. We got an eviction notice and has on it absolutely no reason for it. We know what the reason is. It's retaliation for us speaking out on gentrifying elements and conditions and things that are associated in some ways with his Destination Crenshaw program. You know, we look forward to, we'll be entering court soon, but we still look forward to reaching an agreement that'll keep this from getting bigger than it needs to.
Thank you. Is there Lyra Himowitz? Lyra? Lyra, please come forward. I don't see her. Abram Farley, Jr., followed by Mia Hayes, Brianna Gonzalez. Okay, Mr. Farley. Thanks for your patience. Good afternoon.
How are you doing? My name is Abram Farley, Junior for Africa Town Coalition. I'm here in support of the Keep the Fever Center it's in the Hyde Park District. It's an African culture center. Been there for 20-some years. And we keep our person here, Jabari, and keep it running for the community and the African culture. So I want to see if Dawson's not here. I guess he's celebrating partying somewhere, so can't give him the message. But he heard it before. So we want to keep the center. I guess we have to go to court. We're going to go to court to keep it. So we're going to fight. And I'm going to say this. You got Chinatown, you got other towns. We got to have our own town, like Africa Town, and so we have our own. So we don't want these people taking it away from the developers, the donators, from the developers. And I'm tired of this other people keep talking this racist shit here. So y'all better get these people out of here. If they was here yesterday, it would have.
Thank you. Come forward, ma'am. Your name, please.
Hi, my name is Mia Hayes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on, Mia. Is there a Lyra Himowitz? Okay, get her off the queue. Thank you, Mia. 1 minute.
Okay. Hi, my name is Mia Hayes and Brianna Gonzalez. That's my real name. I am tired of being homeless because of people prostitution or the illusion that they are non-criminals when they are criminals. I have been a victim of sexual abuse. I have been a victim of transgender abuse. I have been a victim of lesbian abuse. I am not a lesbian. I have been raped by a lesbian, and I'm not a lesbian. I am tired of living on the streets. I am tired of entertaining some people's psychoticness, and he's stealing my companies and stealing my money, and I can't do anything or go nowhere to get my money except Los Angeles. If I go anywhere, everybody is following me at different places as well. I'm not entertaining nobody barbatel or nobody illusion that are not physically real. The woman that I did hire, her mother that she claimed is her mother is actually identity double of my actual mother, Ramona, that works at the Salvation Army at Hollywood and Vine. Can I please get some money after this session is over, since I work for General Johnny Lee Austin?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that concludes our general public comment. With that, Madam Clerk, what's before us?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Posted and referred. Thank you.
That clears the desk, sir.
Thank you. Announcements? Announcements? Anyone? Mr. Cedillo? You have announcements? You get. Okay. I'd like to announce that tomorrow, in celebration of the 60th anniversary of the Nagoya, Los Angeles sister city, at Century City, there will be a 60th anniversary special events celebrating this anniversary. Nagoya Day 2019, explore Nagoya and central Japan. Tomorrow, it's open to the public. It's free at the Westville Century City, kicking off at 10 a.m. and concludes at 6 p.m. tomorrow, October 26th. Hope you all can attend. So with that, can I ask you to all rise for adjourning motions? We'll start with Mr. Cedillo.
Members, I think it's important, given the political climate of this nation, the incredible divisiveness that is emanating from the White House, that we close and that this council close and establish a record that we are acknowledging the incredible life of Elijah Cummings, son of a sharecropper. He rose to the highest ranks, both in the Maryland state legislature and in the U.S. Congress. A young man, but a man of incredible wisdom. He was a voice for civil rights. He did all that he did with incredible integrity and dignity. A graduate of Harvard University, an attorney, a man who received dozens of honorary degrees, a writer, a progressive, and a champion of all working men and women. He was an extraordinary voice for justice. Yesterday, he was the first only African American to ever be buried and lying in state, a national honor. And I think that this city is compelled to acknowledge that, and that we are duty-bound to close this session in the honor of a truly great American.
Thank you, Mr. Cedillo. Ms. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I'd like to adjourn in the memory of a beloved community member, Jill Charlene Sanchez Kalen. Jill passed away on October 7th from cancer. She was born on January 30th, 1971 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Jill attended Spruce Creek High School in Port Orange, Florida. She earned her bachelor's degree from the University of Central Florida and her master's degree from Nova Southeastern University. Jill was a proud mother to her beloved daughter, Justice Kalen. Professionally, Jill pursued her passion for teaching and became an elementary teacher. Her dedication to teaching led her to become elected as the Teacher of the Year by her peers at Cypress Creek Elementary School in 2011. Most recently, she taught fourth grade at Vaughn Next Century Learning Center in Pacoima. One of her proudest moments in Jill's life was when she became a published author with her book Haunted in 2013. All who knew Jill loved her. Her creativity, her kindness, her selflessness shined through her interactions. She truly was a beautiful spirit. Jill will be dearly missed throughout our community, but her legacy will live on through those who knew her, including all the many students that she taught and mentored. Jill survived by her wife Diana, her daughter Justice, her father David, her stepmother Debbie, her brothers David and Greg, and countless family members and family. A celebration of life for Jill will be held at the Japanese Gardens in Lake Balboa on Sunday, November 9th from 1 to 4 p.m. In lieu of flowers, the family is asking that we donate children chapter books so they can be donated to children in schools and families who need them. May Jill rest in peace.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Any others? To the family who's here, our thoughts and prayers are with you. Stay strong. With that, members, we're now adjourned. Let's go forth and serve the people of the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Mayor Garcetti, First District Councilman Cedillo, and good timing, perfect timing, and Sean Spear from HCID LA, Housing and Community Development. In addition, I'd like to thank the offices of State Senator Durazo, State Assemblyman Santiago, and Supervisor Solis for their staff for showing up today. Casa Carmen's a journey that began about 10 years ago. Now it says go faster. I know a number of developers have a similar story, but humor me for a moment. Wait a sec.
Just speak up.
Okay.
I was taking the reverb off.
Oh, okay, thank you. You know, audio visual, mayor. He does it all. He does it all. Have you thought about going to work for the Bureau of Engineering? Be careful, Bob. Be careful, Bob. You know, what was here before was a small commercial building and a kind of ancient Victorian that housed 5 families in less than ideal conditions. And we had to remove those, and it was always a struggle, but we got it done. Our first idea was to do a small family project. We had a meeting, first time I met Carmen Vaughn, and I met her with Irene Lewis of the Salvation Army Red Shield, and Sylvia Saucedo of Saucedo Group, and the senior lead officer with the LAPD Patty Brindell. And after about 30 minutes, it became perfectly clear to me that a family project was probably not going to work here. But Carmen kept coming back and saying, what about seniors? What about seniors? We went back, restructured the financing, and came to the conclusion that we could do a senior project that was permanent supportive housing. And this is what we've done. Homeless senior housing was not something that everybody wanted to have at this corner. And of course, we work with all the neighborhood groups. And when we went to the Pico Union Neighborhood Council, and I walked into the large auditorium where the meeting was being held, I noticed that there was some blue tape, painter's tape, laid out. And I thought, wow, that looks kind of like a floor plan. Well, one of the participants, one of the neighbors, had taken our design and laid out a floor plan, and he was passionate in saying, this is too small. People can't live in something like this. This is just too small of a project. And I told him, I said, well, yes, it is small, but it's larger than the front seat of a Toyota Corolla. We then had our vote, and we had unanimous support from the neighborhood council. We then started the fun part of getting your entitlements and getting your financing. And our entitlement process starts with the LA Planning Department. And that was the best experience we've had. It was excellent. I don't know any other way to describe it. And I especially want to thank Laura Steele, who's here today, for helping to push this project through. She was our champion early on. So now we're to the really fun part, which is putting the financing together. The question is, how do you put together this multi-layered wedding cake? Well, it took a lot of people and a lot of commitment. The first financing we got was really not equity or debt. It was vouchers from the County Department of Health Services. And these vouchers supplied rent support, and they also supplied services, and they also supplied furnishings. And these vouchers were absolutely critical because now a small project was able to operate without the need of permanent debt. And that, for a developer, is unusual. When we got the vouchers were administered by Brilliant Corners, who's done an excellent job of working. Then we needed a service provider. I say, who are we going to go to? Well, we found Path Services, actually. They were referred to us. And working with Path has been, everybody's in line. We all work together. It's been going fine. And I want to really thank Jennifer Hartbeats and all of the people at staff at Path and their staff for putting us together. We were now to the point where we need to go apply for our financing. And the financing, a couple of times a year, you get to respond to a notice of funding availability, and hopefully you get awards. Well, the first one we got was from the Department of Housing and Community Development, the State Department. And they provided us with a permanent supportive housing loan. Then we got a loan from the city's Housing and Community Investment Department, HCID. Then we got a loan from Council District 1. Thank you, Councilman. And then finally we got a construction loan from Citibank. And now we're ready to go. But we still needed equity. We got that from R4. They have done a lot of work in Southern California and a lot of work in the city of Los Angeles. And without that equity, this project wouldn't have happened. And finally, I just want to call out the development team, and it's a very good team. First, I want to recognize and thank the 1010 Board of Directors for sticking with me through this long process. It was not easy. They questioned, why are you doing this so small? Because this is what we're supposed to do, that's why. Valued Housing, Peter Barker, Chris Kolbenschlag, Lizeth Chong. They're a great general partner, a co-general partner. It's just been good to work with them, and we're looking at other projects right now. Onyx Architects designed this building, And because we're in an HPOZ, a Historic Preservation Overlay Zone, there were a lot of design challenges. One of which is the facade that's on the front of the building along Burlington and along 11th. They had to design the building so that they could preserve the facade. That was not easy. And if you'd really like to hear some stories, talk to Rog or Steve Kaczynski, and they'll tell you horror stories about building, apartment building, behind a brick wall which is held together by masking tape and a prayer. But then we had to build it, and that was Westport Construction. And Westport Construction, Jay Eastman, Robert Otway, it was a challenge. And we were able to bring it in pretty much on time, just a little bit over budget, but we were able to bring it in, and that's what's important, and they have been wonderful to work with. We had a construction manager on site, S.L. Leonard and Associates. They kind of kept everybody in line as much as possible. It is like herding cats when you're on a construction project. And then the interior design work was done by Placed Design, Christy Wolf. I don't see her here yet. But if you walk around and take a look at the community rooms and the common area, you can see that it's really an inviting and warm environment. And finally, I want to thank Tanya Ortiz and Sheena Rodriguez, our project managers, who on more than one occasion have peeled me off the ceiling as I was ready to go kind of nonlinear. Anyway, I'm incredibly proud of the work that's been accomplished, but I also acknowledge that Casa Shalom is just one small part of the solutions to solving the homeless and affordable housing issues that confront the city of Los Angeles. And leading all of us in prioritizing and actualizing the solutions to this much larger project is our next speaker. Please join me in welcoming Mayor Eric Garcetti. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Let's give it up for Bob one more time. Bob, thank you for your tenacity. Thank you for your vision. Thank you for your love of the community that is here. A very good morning. Muy buenos días. ¿Cómo están? How's everybody doing? What a great, great day. First of all, let me start by thanking the residents. Thank you for opening up your home to us. Gracias a los residentes por su hospitalidad. It is incredible to be here on this day, to be a part of not just marking history, but making history. To Carmen and her entire family, thank you for the vision of this community. This is the beating heart of Los Angeles. Pico Union is one of the very first suburbs of Los Angeles. Can you imagine this being a suburb? But it is now the beating heart of LA. And it is amazing to be here with 24 beautiful Angelinos, and as we say in Spanish, your third age, tercera edad, to be able to celebrate what should be the most beautiful part of your life, one in which you have the safety and security of a beautiful place to live, not to be on the streets, not to be in a car, not to be someplace where you can't enjoy the golden years that you deserve. And some of those residents that are here today, I hope that you felt that greater sense of security and comfort. Ustedes merecen estas viviendas. Your life has led you to this point of where you deserve this. And I know that might be tough to hear, but you do. You deserve to be here. And I'm so proud to see this as truly as a city of angels. To be here with my brother, Gil Cedillo, whose vision for the first district, I think he thinks it's number one and it's number one. So, and he's doing great work stepping forward with bridge home facilities, affordable housing. We're practically at an opening almost every month together, and it's a reflection of you and your staff's commitment to the idea that everybody should have a roof over their head when they go to sleep at night. We've had, there's this presidential campaign going on. I don't know if any of you heard about it, but we've been having a lot of people who've come through the city and sat down with me, and I'm, like most of you, shopping for who I'm going to vote for. It's nice that California matters for more than just donations. We're an early primary state now. And when they ask me what's important, one of the things I say is, look, to win my support and the support of folks that live here, we want to see national leadership on housing and on homelessness. 1 out of 4 Americans that apply for housing assistance from the federal government get it. 1 out of 4. Can you imagine if 1 out of 4 people who needed food stamps got it? Or 1 out of 4 folks with a disability got SSDI? We make those things universal entitlements because we believe in a country and a nation where we lift everybody up. But we have this twisted system right now when it comes to mental health, when it comes to housing, that we wait till you're at stage 4 before we intervene. And we should be looking at stage 1, early detection of mental health and physical maladies, but also the need for housing. And imagine if we had a country in which 4 out of 4 people applying for Section 8, 4 out of 4 seniors looking for affordable housing, 4 out of 4 veterans who are on our streets could all be housed. We know that we could see, when people ask me all the time, how do we end homelessness, Mr. Mayor? Well, we're doing heroic work here. We've taxed ourselves twice. The state is beginning to step up, and we appreciate the state's work in this. But without some national answers, we are going to continue to see us opening great projects like this, but still seeing people in tents just a block or 2 away. But to Bob and the team at 1010 Development for your hard work, to all the city departments who have made affordable housing a priority, and the leadership, Gil Cedillo isn't just the council member, but he's also the chair of our housing committee in the city council, and working together with our planning department. I appreciate that feedback. I often hear other feedback, sometimes from problems we get in departments, but we really are trying to make it that if you're building affordable housing, you go to the front of the line, because we need to have this stuff move as quickly as possible. To the entire Pico Union Neighborhood Council, for your support, all the hardworking people who made this happen, our Housing Community Investment Department. We're celebrating today is progress, and we're going to see a lot more of it in this year. We live fiscal years at the city, so from July 1st to June 30th. And in that time, we have right now 5 Bridge Home shelters that are open, but we're going to see 21 more open up by July 1st of next year. 2,000 beds that will take people off our streets. And permanent supportive housing, we now have over 150 projects funded, under construction, and in the pipeline right now. That is an amazing number. So I, as impatient as anybody, I'm like, when are we opening more? When are we getting more groundbreakings? But you are the tip of the spear, Bob. You're going to see month after month after month more of these opening up. We now estimate that it is over 13,000 bedrooms or units worth of affordable housing for folks that have been experiencing homelessness that will open up in those projects. So whether you're on a fixed income or scraping by on Social Security, we know you don't have to be homeless to feel this housing crisis right now. And it will define our city's success. Since I took office, we've built more than 1,100 units of affordable housing specifically for older Angelenos. And we know that, hey, one thing we all share, we're all getting older. Even Carmen over here, maybe the youngest who's here, even she's getting older every single day. So there will be that day when you will be a senior, Carmen. I got the gray hair coming, it's just the job, but you know. We all need to have strategies for dignified aging and aging in place and programs for our older Angelenos who want to contribute and have the stability that we're here. We have another 570 senior units in the pipeline right now, whether it was opening last year Crenshaw Villas in South LA, an affordable development for LGBT seniors that's under construction in Hollywood, Casa del Sol in the Valley, which is Prop HHH funded, and every unit is for seniors that have experienced homelessness. In Sun Valley, Pico Robertson, Pico Union here, the first phase of construction on the Westmore Linden is nearly finished. And when it's done, there will be there in Pico Union another 93 units of affordable housing for seniors. So our goal of hitting 10,000 units is not a ceiling, it is the floor. Like I mentioned, we will get to 13,000 and beyond. And please, if I can ask, because I always like to organize at these moments, call your state legislators, call the governor, say thank you first of all, because they stepped up in a way we haven't seen before, but tell them we need more. We got about 1/3 of what we asked for. And all of us, as Californians, created a $21 billion surplus in California. I'll say that again, $21 billion in California. It's the rainy day fund. Well, it's raining out there. Might not feel it like today, but it is raining out there. We have a crisis, and we need even more. So call them, help them pass some of the important pieces of legislation that are there. Right now, there's a piece of legislation that we sponsored that will make all affordable housing under HHH for permanent supportive housing by right, so it doesn't have to go through all the CEQA delays. So please call and let people know that. Where's Ben? What's the number for that one, Ben? What's the number on that one? All right, you can look it up by the end of the speech. 1197, that is correct. 1482, yes, 1197. 1482 will stop rent gouging so that people can't raise your rent by 25 and 50% in a single year. And 1197 will help these projects get done even more quickly. Let me thank our public safety partners too, our senior lead officers that are here, and our Los Angeles Police Department. I want to thank you guys for keeping this place safe, for Rampart Division, which was my home division for many, many years. But in conclusion, we don't run from challenges in this city, we run to them. And we believe in a better future for everybody. So thank you all for being a part of this work, whether it's turning out to a community meeting, whether it's as a funder, city, and others that have stepped forward to make this happen, whether it's the state, our local folks, or anybody who just came here today to welcome neighbors. People fear affordable housing until it opens, and then they realize, oh my gosh, they've got these beautiful, wonderful new neighbors. And a lot of people will walk by this willing to pay market rate, say, how do I get into that place? We'll say, nope, it's not for you. This is for a special group of people who've been waiting a long time for the housing, and now it is theirs. They deserve it. Muchísimas gracias. Felicidades a la comunidad por su activismo, por su visión aquí en Pico Union. Este es el centro de esta ciudad. Y tenemos muchos más proyectos aquí en Pico Union, en Los Ángeles. Necesitamos parar la indigencia en Los Ángeles. Este es una crisis, pero con su ayuda nosotros ganaremos. With that, let me introduce my brother, a man who should come up here with the hat, I think. You know, it's pretty styling, but he is definitely one of the finest dressed elected officials, but it isn't just what he wears, it's what he does and what his heart is all about. Please welcome your council member, Gil Cedillo.
I'll let you in on a secret. My preference is to introduce the mayor rather than follow him in his presentations. And it's quite evident, Mr. Mayor, I hate to keep bringing this up, but I know who my first choice was for president. And yeah, now we're waiting on everybody else. Thank you, Mayor, for your calm and steady and stellar leadership. We are in a crisis, and it's quite evident, and there's an incredible sense of urgency, and we all feel it. But building a house isn't something that you can shout at. Building a house is something that requires a lot of discipline, a lot of planning, a lot of tenacity, Bob. And so I want to thank all those who participated in this. If you look at the facade outside, it's actually spectacular in its subtlety. It's spectacular because it preserves the integrity of the neighborhood. And so we didn't disrupt the neighborhood to build these units. And as the mayor said, all the seniors deserve to be treated with dignity and respect, and no more so than at this time of their lives. And so, Mr. Mayor, I thank you for your leadership, for the calm and steady and disciplined approach you're taking, because this crisis requires that. It doesn't allow us, we're not permitted to simply be emotional about it. What we need is your discipline and your guidance as we take each thread, right, 24 units, each thread of this fabric, this mosaic, that's going to result in the housing of every person in the city of LA. And so we're on the march. We're headed in that direction. This will happen. I keep telling people, you know, I don't know what you're going to do when all of a sudden, and you know the numbers with exactly, all of a sudden these units open up, right? And that's going to happen. And then we're going to have to hear what people come up with then, because it's happening. I know it's happening in the first. We are almost cutting a ribbon every month. We are breaking ground almost every month. We did Casa Azul just recently. Yesterday my staff told me we did 11,000 showers. You know? People don't see that. 11,000 showers. We have a mobile shower unit. And I was very pleased with those numbers. I'm not pleased that we have to provide that, but I'm pleased that since we do have the trucks that they are being used, we have 3 safe parking places. We're moving RVs off the streets. So we are making progress. It's not going to happen overnight, but this problem didn't happen overnight. This problem was long in the making. I mean, we're talking decades in the making. And so it's not going to resolve itself overnight. And so, Mr. Mayor, let me again, and I can never thank you enough for your leadership and how you're guiding the city and how we're moving forward. All of us get faced with our challenges in life and our crosses to bear, and we are doing it with your leadership. Bob, thank you for your tenacity, because you don't need to do this. We need you to do it, but you don't need to do this. But thankfully you do, and you could have stopped at any moment. This is a frustrating process. I've learned this is probably one of the more challenging and difficult things to do, endeavors to take on, is to build housing in any city because it requires so much. And so I thank you for your leadership. Sylvia, thank you for always being a great leader. I want to thank my staff. I want to thank everybody who was involved in this. But most of all, quiero decir gracias a los residentes también y toda la comunidad que vive aquí en Pico Union. Vamos a mover siempre adelante, poco a poco. Nosotros sabemos que existen estos problemas, pero nosotros estamos pasando adelante. Diario, diario, diario. Poco a poco, adelante, con el liderazgo de la ciudad, de la unidad de nosotros. Existen problemas en toda la nación. Es un tiempo muy duro, muy difícil, muy oscuro, pero nosotros somos personas de fe. Nosotros somos personas de familia y somos personas de comunidad. Y de eso nosotros vamos a mover siempre adelante. Gracias, alcalde, por su liderazgo. Gracias a todos que están aquí, pero particularmente gracias a todas las familias que están aquí por su liderazgo, por su paciencia y por su confianza en todos nosotros. Felicidades a todos. Muchísimas gracias. Sean, I hope you'll appreciate this, but I will be a little less celebratory. But I love you nevertheless. Sean and his department really are doing God's work. They are the better angels. It's not easy to be responsible for the challenges that confront the city and yet not be appreciated. And one of the things, we just settled a great settlement over in Chinatown, and one of the things I told my staff is that, this staff works hard and the department works hard. And it's just that the challenges aren't easy. I mean, you are really faced with the most remarkable challenges. I remember speaking to the entire department at one of your retreats. And I said, wow, what a challenge to get up every single day and to say, we are the department that must solve this problem. It's exciting, must be scary, but it really is a challenge, and it's a challenge for which the leadership is meeting that challenge. And so, Sean, thank you so much for what you do for the city. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for doing all the things that you do. With that, Sean.
Good morning, everyone. Morning. So, I recall one of the first things that a mentor of mine back when I was a young development specialist in San Francisco said to me. And he said 2 wise things that you need to carry throughout your career. The first is never follow an elected official on a speech, because yours is never going to be that good. And secondly, be brief, because the people and the cameras are not here for you. So I just want to very quickly say, it was a pleasure really working with the partnership of 1010 Development as well as Valued Housing. The work that they have done in bringing this project across the finish line has been tremendous. I think as Bob outlined, this has been a multi-year struggle, far beyond what is even normal for an affordable housing project. But I think it speaks to their tenacity in really getting this project done. not really being able to add much more than what both the mayor and the councilman said. It could go on and drown about, how much we're trying to do as a department and the number of units involved, and as well as the amounts of funds. I would just want to say, I'm going to turn this a little bit on its ear and talk a little bit about some fun facts that I know about these guys as your developers and owners, because I've known them for several years. So you may not know that Bob and I are actually Fannie Mae alumni, but Bob was much smarter because he got out before the downturn. I want to also say Peter Barker and Chris Kolbenslag, I've known them for several years as well. Now, Peter has a hidden talent actually as a bartender. He makes a very mean drink, heavy on the alcohol, so much that he could set them on fire. He showed that once to us. Now, the person that came afterwards that tried to repeat that almost burned the bar down, but that's a whole different other story to be told. So I say that in terms of the fact that these guys came together as a partnership, and they really worked hand in hand to move this project forward. And I think you have the added benefit of not only they being the developer of this really beautiful project, but also being your long-term owners. Between both being your owner as 1010 Development, but also, Barker Management is here, and they're excellent property managers. I think you will find that they will be your go-to people to talk to, and to really make sure that this goes beyond just being a building, but truly being a community. So I really want to congratulate the team there, congratulate our fellow financiers on the project, Citibank and amongst others, as well as R4 Capital. But also to say that I really want to congratulate the residents. You really have a beautiful home here, as well as a great team that will stay by you all the way through your tenancy here. So congratulations and thank you.
I'm not done yet. Thanks, Sean, Mayor, Councilman. It was good to hear those words. It's encouraging. So some of you may be wondering why this is called Casa Carmen. And it got its name from Carmen Vaughn. There's a plaque in the entryway honoring her. She has been a lifelong supporter, advocate, tenacious champion of Pico Union. And I have a great deal of affection and respect for Carmen. She was always supportive. She attended more meetings than I could count to speak on behalf of homeless seniors. She reached out to any and all who she thought could help realize this community. She reminded me when I was discouraged that our seniors needed to be cared for. There was a lot of reminding, by the way, in that. She had a lot of opportunity. And as her children know, she can be scolding, because if trash piled up out here before we started construction, if it wasn't gone within an hour, she was calling me, letting me know, Bob, we've got trash. Come on, honey, get over here. I couldn't move fast enough. One day Tanya and I were talking to Carmen in preparation for this event, and I asked her, I said, if you could say something to the community, what would you tell them? And this is her quote: get involved with your community. Don't be afraid to speak up. Don't be afraid to call elected officials. If you think they don't care about the community's needs, call them, remind them. She lived those words. So when it came to naming the building, who else but Casa Carmen? So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our next speakers who can tell you more about Carmen than I, her son Richard and daughter Patricia.
Well, good morning. Good morning. This is truly a beautiful and wonderful day. And it does take strong leadership from city, state, and the federal level to solve the crisis that we're in. There's no doubt about it. It takes strong leadership. Bob, thank you. Mayor Garcetti, thank you very much. Councilman Cedillo, Mr. Spears, thank you very much. It's your strong leadership that's going to help the city of Los Angeles resolve its problem with homelessness, and we will rise and be a model city for all to look at. First off, our mother couldn't make it today to this grand opening, and she wanted to be here. She's home recovering after a brief stay in the hospital, but she wants me to extend her heartfelt thank you again to Bob, Mayor Garcetti, Councilman Cedillo, and Mr. Spears, and the entire staff of the 1010 Development Corporation, and everyone else who was involved in this amazing project. This building at one time, I remember when I was a kid, it was a one-story commercial building, exact here at the corner of 11th and Burlington. And it has become an inspiration to others and is now known as Casa Carmen, and created a legacy for someone very special. Maria del Carmen Garcia Vaughn, that's her full name. Our mother has dedicated her life by fostering compassion and human dignity for the less fortunate and the vulnerable. She's dedicated her life to uplift her community, her friends and neighbors, and others from all walks of life by giving them hope and inspiration, with not only her words, but with her actions. And yes, she is tenacious. She does not give up. And I think that's what we've got that spirit from her. She's taught us a lot. Mom, today is a celebration and recognition of your commitment to Casa Carmen. Your legacy to Casa Carmen and to the community as well will live on. You are an inspiration not only to your children and grandchildren, who I must say, my niece, her grandchildren, and my daughter, Ari, are here present along with my fiance, but she's also an inspiration to others. Your family, your friends, and the community of Pico Union, who we truly love, because this is our home, cannot be any prouder. Thank you, and we love you.
Hi, my name is Pat, Carmen's daughter. She wanted me to make sure that people were thanked for making this happen. Before I go on about that facade, you know, my mom was a part of that. The reason why that facade is there, because she, along with others, brought HPOZ in Pico Union. So you can thank my mom for that facade. That's the kind of stuff she does. She had her nose in everything. So she wanted to thank Bob. Thank you so much for honoring my mother in this way. You naming this after her, it just really solidifies my mother's legacy in the community and the city as a whole. So thank you so much. We're really appreciative of it. We were driving by from treatment and my mom saw Casa Carmen and her face lit up. So thank you so much. Honorable Mayor Garcetti, thank you so much for being here, taking the time. I know you're a busy guy. So thank you so much for being here. Pico Union is doing and has been doing its part to service the low-income community and the homeless community as well. You know, as one of the first suburbs in the city of Los Angeles, we, I think, can provide an example for the rest of the city to look at and how it's done. So thank you. Councilman Cedillo, thank you so much. You're a busy guy too, I'm sure. So thank you for taking the time to honor my mom and, again, to show the residents of Pico Union that they're important enough to have the elected officials here to celebrate in this building. Martha Salcedo, she's with AEG. I don't know if she's here. My mom wanted to make sure that she was thanked. She adores that woman. AEG brought that pergola back in there. We drove by. She says, where are people going to sit, play chess, read a book? Like Bob says, she made a phone call. And I think she made it happen. So thanks, Bob, for working with AEG to make that pergola happen. For all the neighbors, Doña Mari, Jasmine, Andy, Don Roman, Mr. Scott, I see you all out there. Thank you so much for being there right next to my mom to make sure this community stays strong and vibrant, healthy, safe. And if you all just continue to support my mom, send positive energy her way, I'd appreciate that. Sheena and Tanya, thank you. Thanks for checking in on my mom. Love you guys. LAPD, it's great to see you guys. You know my mom, she's on you. So she loves to work with you guys. So thank you so much for helping to keep Pico Union safe. And to the new residents of Casa Carmen, thank you so much for being here. We welcome you into the community. We're really, I know my mom is looking forward to working with all of you. And again, welcome. And for everyone here, if you really want to choose to honor my mom, the best thing to do is, like Bob says, keep involved, stay involved. For the Casa Carmen residents, you have Mr. Garcetti and Mr. Cedillo here. Get their phone numbers. My mom, right? Well, they need your numbers too, right? My mom is not, she's not up to speed just yet, so while she's recovering, you need to be the eyes and ears of the community. If you see bulky items, graffiti, please give your council member a call, the mayor's office a call, and make sure that your community, our community, stays safe and vibrant until my mom gets back out there and she can continue and to crack the whip. All right, so thank you all so very much. And with that, my mom met this gentleman earlier, and she was like, this man needs to speak too. So it is my honor to introduce Carlos Gonzalez, a resident here at Casa Carmen, who wants to share the story about his journey that led him to Casa Carmen. Carlos.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Mayor, good morning. And I'm so happy to be here, to be a resident of Casa Carmen. It is hard to explain completely what is inside. Number one, I was selected to come and live in this place, and that's a lot for me. And I've been right here for 5 months, and I know it's not a dream. It's true that I live right here. But when I'm in my room, sitting down, I see my place, and I said, I live right here. That's mine. They give it to me. They said, that's for you. That's for you to live happy, to enjoy. And I said, it's true, it's mine. When I walk in the building, I see the building, I said, I live here. This building belongs to me. They give it to me. It's special to live in this place, and thank you to everybody. Thank you. Well, I don't know, but inside I cannot get that to show you my feeling, what I feel inside, what is really true. It's only that feeling when I live just with me forever. But the expression of the place that I live, the way that I live, it's amazing. It's people with a big heart who make this come true for me. I speaking for me because it's me the one has to deal every day with those emotions, those happiness, I don't know how long that wanna be inside in myself. I think forever, because I still not in shock, just impressed about the way that I live, the way I deserve to live as a human. And I really thank you, everybody, for make that dream come true, because it was a waiting dream and came true and emotional. And I'm so happy. Lo que estaba comentando es que doy gracias a todos por este edificio tan bonito y que yo fui seleccionado para vivir aquí. Mi nombre fue seleccionado para vivir aquí. Y cada vez que, tengo 5 meses aquí, y cada vez que veo mi apartamento, digo, es verdad, este es mío. Y lo veo y camino y veo todo lo que tengo. Me llena de mucha emoción, no sentimientos, sino que felicidad de saber, de ver lo que tengo, de ver dónde vivo, que puedo descansar bien, puedo sentirme bien, reír y caminar y todo, pero lo que tengo dentro no se los puedo explicar, porque eso me pertenece a mí por dentro y no tiene explicación. Eso nada más yo lo voy a vivir cada día, cada momento que esté aquí. Con esas palabras les agradezco and thank you everybody. Gracias a ustedes, los residentes, a everybody. Thanks again. Have a good day.
Wow. It's nice to know that you can make people happy. Thank you, Carlos, for sharing your story with us. Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cedillo, thank you so much for taking time from your very busy day to celebrate this moment with us. Richard and Patricia and the whole Vaughn family, thank you for sharing your mother's story and joining us today. Thanks again to everyone for taking time to celebrate this moment. Can I please ask the speakers and development team to rise for one more round of applause? It's Peter, Chris, everybody stand up, people. Thank you. This couldn't have been done. This could not have been done without these people. Okay, if I could now ask that speakers and the family join me in the lobby for the official ribbon cutting ceremony. And then for everyone else who has the time, one of our residents on the first floor is graciously agreed to open up their home so you can see what a supportive housing unit really looks like. Thank you again. This has been a great experience.
The two things I love the most, my family and my city, are right here in LA. This is a city of shared convictions, a belief in a country where we all belong. I am so proud of this city and its people.
Joined here by Wilmington's native son, Chief Ralph Terrazas, chief of the finest fire department in the world, as well as firefighters here from 38. Also like to welcome and also recognize our community members who are here, our neighbors here in Wilmington. We thank you so much for joining us. Today is a momentous occasion. We are restoring Light Force 38 to the Wilmington community, something that we've been talking about, and it's finally happening. In 2011, Station 38 suffered a loss of approximately 6 firefighters along with them, Light Force 38, and this was a significant loss to the Wilmington community, and in fact, it was high risk for natural and man-made disasters. This is a commitment that I made. In fact, when I was first elected, my first motion was directing the fire department 7.5 years ago, a motion to restore Light Force 38. And it was, prior to my arrival here in the harbor area as a council member, we lost 2 significant public safety resources. One was Light Force 38, and the other was the closing of the harbor jail. We are bringing back Light Force 38 here today, and within the next 6 to 8 months, we will be opening our LAPD Harbor Division jail. But today we honor that commitment that we made back then, along with the community, along with the fire department, along with Mayor Garcetti, and we welcome back our Light Force 38. What does this mean? By restoring Light Force 38, we greatly increase 38's response capabilities. That means that the fire department will save more lives here in the Wilmington community. And it's with pride and honor that the Wilmington community, Chief Ralph Terrazas, who grew up here, was instrumental in making sure that we secured this important resource for the Wilmington community. I'm so happy to announce that along with the announcement of bringing back Light Force 38, we'll be breaking ground at the adjacent town square here early next year. And along with this beautiful centerpiece park for the community, we've included plaques of important organizations and leaders in Wilmington. And I'm pleased to announce that one of those plaques that I will recommend is for our very own Chief Ralph Terrazas, to honor your legacy, Chief, and commitment to this Wilmington community. And what better place to do this next to 38s. So we have to remind ourselves how far we've come as a city. This is a commitment, in public safety commitment. We lost significant resources due to the recession. And we're not only restoring core city services, but we're also restoring some of the core public spaces here in Wilmington. Public safety continues to be my top priority, from the reopening of our Harbor Jail to Light Force 38. And as a LAPD officer, now reserve, I know the importance of resources and what they mean to our community. Public safety will and forever be our top priority in my council district. I do want to thank a number of folks, then I'll turn it over to Chief Terrazas. The International Associations of Firefighters Vice President Frank Lima for advocating the SAFER grant. UFLAC, United Firefighters of LA, President Tony Gamboa, then, who worked alongside Frank. I see Freddie, Brother Freddie's here as well. Escobar. Thanks, Brother Freddie, for being here. Appreciate your presence. Also, FEMA for the SAFER grant, the Office of Mayor Garcetti for advocating, and one angel above us who is smiling down, community member Mary Gantz, who is no longer with us. She passed away due to cancer a couple years back. But when I campaigning, Mary and I were talking about restoring public safety here in the Wilmington community, and it was Mary Gantz's priority to restore Light Force 38 here in Wilmington. So just want to pause and reflect and pay tribute to Mary Gantz, who is smiling down upon us today. So with that, let me now turn it over to Chief Terrazas to say a few words. Chief.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you very much, Councilman. I remember when I was appointed about 5 years ago, and I took a call from the councilman. He says, congratulations, and when are we bringing back Light Force 38? And I said, thank you very much. We're working on it. It's taken 5 years. We've restored many companies. Our staffing levels have come back into the norm. We're well prepared for brush season. A lot of things had to happen for this to occur. And it's also nice to know that Captain John Garnica, John, would you please raise your hand? He's a fellow Banning High School alumni, as am I. So I have a special gratification that we have a local person, somebody who grew up in this community like me, coming back to lead this fire station. So Cap, welcome back home. We appreciate having you here. And then the plaque in the park, that was news to me. Thank you, council member. I'm not sure how to react to that. It reminds me of like a headstone, but I'm sure it'll be well appreciated, and I look forward to seeing that unveiling. Like I said earlier, it's a great day to be here in Wilmington to announce a significant milestone for the Los Angeles City Fire Department. That milestone is the reactivation of Truck 38 and Engine 238, which were closed 8 years ago due to the Great Recession. The total assigned members to the reactivated apparatus is 6 total members per shift, for a total of 18 newly assigned captains, apparatus operators, engineers, and firefighters here at Fire Station 38. This accomplishment was a direct result of the effective collaboration between Mayor Garcetti, our City Council, led by Councilmember Buscaino, our Fire Commission, our department, the International Association of Firefighters, and United Firefighters of Los Angeles, Local 112, in the submission of a SAFER grant, a successful 2017 SAFER grant. SAFER stands for Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response. The $7.4 million grant application was awarded by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, also known as FEMA, to fund the newly restored positions. Light Force 38 was selected for restoration due to Wilmington's daily average call load, as well as the identified risks that exist due to the proximity of the Port of Los Angeles, multiple refineries, and 3 major freeways. In addition to the restored apparatus, we have also upgraded Engine 38 so that they now have a firefighter paramedic on board, which means we now have a higher level of medical care available for the Wilmington community. I'm also very proud to say that Wilmington is not getting a used fire truck or fire engine. They have been assigned 2 brand new fire apparatus. Thanks to the funding supplied by our mayor, our city council, in our annual budget, we were able to assign a brand new Pierce truck at a cost of $1.2 million and a brand new Pierce engine at a cost of $820,000. These apparatus will provide at least 20 years of service to the Wilmington community and will greatly assist the men and women of the Los Angeles Fire Department in accomplishing our mission to protect the lives and property of the people of Los Angeles. Thank you very much, and I think we can take a few questions if you're ready. Questions? Anything for myself or the council member?
Let me just add, if I may, Chief. Our country in the last couple of weeks have been devastated by the amount of mass shootings. Of course, Gilroy, El Paso, just recently, just yesterday in Philadelphia, with the shootout between the armed suspect and the officers there on the ground in Philadelphia. We have to be mindful of and remind ourselves that the men and women of the fire department, too, are those first responders who, without hesitation, go towards the dangers of these types of incidents throughout the country, and specifically here in Los Angeles. So, these are my brothers and sisters in the fire department that I proudly served alongside when I was with LAPD, and now as a reserve. And these recent developments and incidents throughout the country remind us how valuable these public safety services and resources are, not only to our city, but throughout the country. So my gratitude, my love, to our firefighters here before us, as well as throughout the city of Los Angeles. I just want to recognize and show our gratitude to our men and women of the fire department who are our first responders, and just thank them. And if you have a moment, just pause, reflect, and when you put your head down tonight, put a prayer in that these are our angels in the city of angels, and let's keep them safe. So thanks again. No questions? Yes, ma'am.
We've been incrementally restoring stations for the last few years. Last year, we received a SAFER grant, and we restored 4 engines. And before that, we restored, I think, 3 or 4 in our regular budget. We're growing our department back. It's going to look a little bit different than it did 8 years ago. Our mission has changed a little bit, expanded to include things like terrorism, our increasing emergency medical services call load. We have a lot of innovative programs in progress right now. We have community paramedicine program. Yesterday I was driving around Skid Row with our sober unit. We're doing things we've never done before, and it's all with the support of Mayor Garcetti and the City Council. Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
I want to welcome everybody to the 2019 Great Shakeout Drill here at Biola University. My name is Margaret Vinci. I am from Caltech and also one of the regional directors from Earthquake Country Alliance, which is Shakeout. And I also represent Shake Alert Earthquake Early Warning. And my team here from Earthquake Country Alliance is here also with me, and all of our representatives. I want to thank Biola University for being our host for the Great Shakeout Drill, the media event here at Biola University. And so, what is Shakeout? Shakeout Drill is an annual opportunity for everybody to be able to learn and practice earthquake safety with millions of other people around the world. So today as of today, we have 24.4 million people registered to be doing drop, cover, hold on, to be able to practice their preparedness for earthquakes. We have 10.4 million people in California registered to do that also today. And that is ongoing. Everyone and everywhere should know how to protect themselves during an earthquake, at home, at work, and at play. To know that when the earth shakes, you need to drop to the ground immediately before the energy throws you off your feet, to then crawl under and get underneath something that's going to protect you from falling objects, and to hold on to whatever you're under so it doesn't walk away from you. And so unlike recent events where people actually didn't always do the right thing, we need to practice it. The more you practice, the more it becomes muscle memory. The more that your body will get you into that safe place when that earth starts to shake, or when you get the Shake Alert Earthquake Early Warning, that those waves will be soon arriving at your destination and that you get into that safe place. Biola University is a perfect example of the shakeout message for everyone to take action and to improve their earthquake resiliency. So that is why we were here today, to actually highlight all of the improvements that they have made to their campus for earthquake safety and resiliency. In addition to the United States Geological Survey Shake Alert Earthquake Early Warning System, they have implemented that into their new communication campus-wide speakers. So they have 12 speakers across campus that are going to deliver the Shake Alert Earthquake Early Warning message that was implemented by Early Warning Labs. And so this will make Biola a much safer community, and it will also set an example and raise the bar for everybody else throughout the nation, that this is what they also need to do to be earthquake safe. So everybody needs to practice. They need to know what their supplies are. So everybody needs to be self-sufficient. So I want to empower you. Everybody needs to empower themselves to be self-sufficient in disasters, not just earthquakes, but all disasters. So you need to have water. You need to have your supplies. You need to have a to-go bag at work, at home, and in your car. You need to be able to have a fire extinguisher to be able to put out small fires before they become big ones. In an earthquake, the most damage is going to come from fires. It's going to come from damage to buildings. And so by retrofitting homes, by being able to be prepared, it's all about survivability. The better you are prepared, the easier your survivability, and the faster you are going to recover from that disaster. And so with that, I want to empower everybody to practice their drop, cover, and hold on today, as well as look at their preparedness. Have they talked to their families? Do they have a plan in their family? Do they have an emergency contact outside to communicate with their families? And I empower you today to look at your preparedness and to take action, much like Biola University has done by not just implementing earthquake early warning, but also being able to retrofit some of their buildings. 6 of their buildings have been retrofitted to be earthquake safe. They have also implemented new procedures into their system and 7 other things that you are going to hear about soon. So I'm going to turn it over now to William Wilhite, who is going to he is the Vice President of Enrollment and Marketing and Communications at Biola, to tell you exactly what they have done here on campus to improve their safety. Thank you.
Good morning. On behalf of Biola University, I want to welcome you to our campus today. On behalf of our administration, our faculty, our staff, our 6,100 students on campus, we welcome you today to the 2019 Great California Shakeout exercise. And thank you, Margaret, for your kind words and for the opportunity to host as the Southern California location this year. As Margaret alluded to, we take campus safety seriously here at Biola. It was in 2014 that we hosted the Great Shakeout in that year, and that was an exercise that validated and confirmed many things that we had done well. It exposed some things that we needed to improve upon. And that's, I think, the lesson today when we gather like this, is that we identify areas where we can refine and shore up and strengthen and enhance, so that we minimize casualties, we minimize loss of life if a catastrophic earthquake were to take place. I want to acknowledge this morning our nationally recognized campus safety chief, John Ojisakoba, for his leadership and guiding our campus over the years, and also for facilitating today's events. As Margaret alluded to, we have made a number of campus improvements, including not only retrofitting our buildings, not only installing public address systems, which you will hear this morning, not only installing the first early earthquake awareness system on any university campus in the country, which will be field tested today. We continue to conduct regular drills. We continue to do the kinds of things that help our students and help our employee community be prepared, instinctually prepared to know how to respond if something were to happen. So on behalf of the university this morning, I want to welcome you again. It's an exciting morning. It's a critical morning. It's a morning we learn and gather what we can from this morning's exercise, so we're better equipped to drop, to cover, and to hold on as we anticipate future earthquakes. At this point, I'd like to introduce our LA County Supervisor, Janice Hahn, to come and share a few words.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Biola and our La Mirada Mayor, Steve DeRoos, for hosting us today. And I think this is pretty great that in a little less than 1 hour, millions of Californians will participate in the world's largest earthquake preparedness drill, the Great California Shakeout at 1017. And I'm proud that a university like Biola is the epicenter of activities for the entire Southern California region today. And both today's events and a series of earthquakes we experienced this summer in LA County were reminders that it's not a matter of if a large earthquake will hit, but when. And it's up to all of us to be prepared. I encourage residents in LA County and across the state to join us at 1017 as we practice drop, cover, and hold on, or lock, cover, and hold on if you use a wheelchair or a walker. My own grandchildren this morning across the county at 1017 at their school will be participating in this same event. And this can mean the difference between life and death in the case of a major earthquake. And here in LA County, it needs to be second nature to all of us. I hope the residents will take time to participate, but what is perhaps more important about the Great California Shakeout is that it's an opportunity for local governments, first responders, and nonprofits to practice full-scale earthquake response exercises. Today, our county's firefighters, our sheriff's deputies, and members of the Office of Emergency Management are using this opportunity to train with federal, state, local, cities, and NGOs in coordinating their response and recovery efforts so that we can be absolutely prepared in the event of a catastrophic earthquake. I know that LA County is ready. We have world-class first responders led by individuals like our fire chief, Daryl Osby, our sheriff's captain, Tetro, who are here today. They not only run through these drills regularly, but our LA County Fire Department's Urban Search and Rescue Team are regularly deployed across the county to fires, floods, and hurricanes. They were even deployed to the Puebla earthquake in Mexico in 2017. Our first responders, I know, are ready for anything, but I do worry a little bit that our residents have become complacent. We've not had a large-scale earthquake in a long time, but we will. And when we do, it is vital that you and your family are prepared. Take this opportunity today to get ready. And sign up for My Shake app to get an alert before the shaking starts. Thank you. I was shaken up. I'm pleased to represent the great Senator Bob Archuleta, who also represents Biola.
Drop, cover, hold. That's what you want to hear. Drop, cover, hold on. You hear those words, you know it's happening. And that's what we're experiencing here at Biola. Because if you haven't had a chance to go through that trailer, to simulate exactly what it feels like with a large earthquake, you've got to take a minute out. I was there this morning, supervisor and the chief and everyone, please, you've got to understand what you've done today. All of us participating, what an opportunity this is for Southern California to make a statement across the entire state of California. Because when they talk about earthquakes, they don't just talk about one area, they talk about the entire state. So we have a common denominator in California. We can all hold hands from one end of the state to the other, and that common denominator is safety, earthquake safety, and preparedness, and this is what is happening here at Biola. We're part of the 32nd Senate District, and I am your senator. I'm so proud to be here, and as a matter of fact, I've been able to go down even to the library. There is a library here that I went down there, was smoke everywhere, computers on the floor, table turned upside down. I thought my grandkids had just come to visit. But it was so realistic. Smoke was in there. I couldn't believe the aftershock and the damage was done to that library. Books everywhere. It was a mess. But that's the only way that we're going to get the message, to utilize our visual, to utilize the feel, the fear factor that goes over us. We've had people who come to visit California and they say, that's the number one fear I have is the earthquake. Well, those of us who have lived it, we know we can handle it. And the reason we can is because we know we're prepared. And we're prepared because of what we put in our trunks, what we put in our houses, the water, the fuel, whatever it is you need to prepare, it's so important. So yes, indeed, at 10/17, across America, across California, 10/17, October 17th, millions of people here in California especially, at work, at home, as they're traveling, they will participate in the largest earthquake drill ever, because earthquakes can happen anywhere. Not just in California, but they can happen anywhere in the world. So we've got to send the message to everyone. Everyone has got to be aware that they must protect themselves, their family, and be prepared, because the earthquake has no distinction between who you are, what you own, what you owe, where you live. It's just taking you out. That's what the earthquake. We got to be prepared. So when I say drop, cover, and hold on, I mean that is the new statement that all of us have to remember. Our kids across the state are learning that right now. When we were kids, remember that was we would get under the table, but now we're doing it for a different reason, because we're preparing for the earthquake. So millions upon millions are ready for the shakeout. And I thank you, Biola, for what you've done to prepare us. Last year, over 43 million people participated in the Great Shakeout earthquake drills. And this year, we're going to exceed that number. And of course, last major earthquake was suffered in our district, my district, the 32nd district, which Supervisor, you have a part of. That was a 5.7 magnitude earthquake, and the damage was done in Whittier, the Whittier Narrows area, but especially in downtown Whittier itself. We had millions upon millions of dollars of damage. Particularly hit hard was the uptown Whittier area, with about 200 historical homes, and chimneys were all over the street. It was severely, severely damaging the business in a community there in Whittier. Whittier High School, the historic building, suffered significant damage. The damage forced the school district to bring in many portable buildings, and now, of course, it's all been reconstructed to be stronger and safer. But we have to look to La Mirada. We have to look to Biola to set the tone, because this is where we're getting the knowledge and skill to prepare. So I want to thank you all for doing that. So now I'd like to introduce the leader of La Mirada, our mayor, Steve De La Ruz. Mr. Mayor, it's all yours.
Thank you, Senator Archuleta, and also Supervisor Hahn. This is the 35th year that La Mirada has participated in the Great California Shakeout. You know, if you're not prepared, you're guaranteed for failure. And when it comes to public safety, failure is not an option. And so we have to be prepared. We have to do these exercises. We have to be a part of this so that we can be prepared, and so all our community will be safe and sound. So I would just like to thank Biola for hosting us, Dr. Corey for offering this beautiful campus for us today, and for Chief O for organizing this, and for State Senator being here, and for our County Supervisor Janice Hahn for being here, and on all of you, all of our first responders here that are all part of this. You all come together for a common cause, and that's for public safety. And so I would just like to give a shout out to some of the volunteers that are giving their time here today to make this event happen. And that's La Mirada CERT, Hamwatch, students from La Mirada High School, Biola University, our first responders, volunteers, and community partners. All of you help make La Mirada a great community. And together we can work cooperatively in our response to any disaster that may come our way for a positive outcome for all of our residents and all of our citizens. So I just want to thank all of you for being here today. And I'd also like to thank the media for being here and helping get this word out that needs to go out across this county and across our state to always be prepared no matter what. So at this time, it's my pleasure to introduce from the U.S. Geological Survey, Dr. Ken Hudnut.
No doubt, Los Angeles is a megacity at risk from earthquakes. So remember, when you feel the ground shake, drop, cover, and hold on. These are not empty words. They may save you or someone you love from serious injury someday. On the 5th of July this year at 8:19 p.m., a group of earthquake scientists and engineers, including myself, were in Ridgecrest, California, due to the magnitude 6.4 earthquake that had occurred on the 4th of July. While we were in our meeting, an aftershock of the 6.4 suddenly hit. We all did drop, cover, and hold on underneath the tables. We did it together right away. We got up, and with some nervous laughter, we resumed our meeting. Then, the magnitude 7.1 hit. Fortunately, we had all just done a rehearsal with what we now know in retrospect was an immediate foreshock of the magnitude 7.1. When the 7.1 hit, we dropped, covered, and we held on. And I want to emphasize that last part, hold on. This time, when we did drop, cover, hold on, we held on, and this time it felt like we were holding on for dear life. When we say drop, cover, and hold on, we really mean it. The value of holding on is that, as Margaret Vinci said in her eloquent start to the event here today, things will walk away from above you. You need to hold on because things will move. In Ridgecrest, if I hadn't been holding on to the leg of that table, it would have moved away. It wouldn't have been covering me anymore. So, in Ridgecrest that night, things moved. You need to hold on. So that's why our message for Shakeout this year, as it is every year, is to drop, cover, and then, don't forget, hold on. So please, take it from me based on my firsthand experience in Ridgecrest in the 7.1 this July 5th. Someday you may have a similar ride of your life, and you may be glad that you practiced this and took to heart the message, drop, cover, and hold on. Please share this message with everyone around you at work and at home too. You might save someone else's life by sharing this message. A coworker, someone else's child, your parent, your sibling or spouse, one of your own children's lives. You might save your own life. So, know what to do. Don't hesitate. Trust me. Just drop, cover, and hold on. Preparation, like the mitigation work that's been done here at Biola University, is exactly what we hope everyone will do in all of the universities, all of the colleges, all of the businesses too. Earthquake, structural and non-structural mitigation is the key, as is drop, cover, and hold on to survival. The full-scale exercise happening here today, thanks to Margaret Vinci, is based on an earthquake scenario of a magnitude 7.1 on the northern Elsinore fault system that comes very close to here. Earthquakes like this that are moderate in magnitude but close can be equally damaging, even more damaging than the more distant, bigger earthquake that we also are concerned about, like a big one on the San Andreas Fault. But as you just heard from Senator Archuleta, the experience here with the Whittier Narrows earthquake of October 1st, 1987, even though it was below magnitude 6, it did a ton of damage, as did the South Napa earthquake in 2014, which was a magnitude 6. So it's not always the big one. You know, it's the more frequent moderate earthquake that's closer that you also need to be well prepared for. And that's what Biola University has done. That's what we hope everyone will do, and thank you very much. And now it's my pleasure and honor to introduce a colleague of mine from the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, Kevin Miller.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you for having us here today. Good morning. As California's lead in the coordination of emergency planning, response, and recovery efforts, the Governor's Office of Emergency Services is committed to improving the overall preparedness of Californians in advance of a disaster. The key purpose of the Great Shakeout is to encourage communities and organizations to be prepared to survive and recover rapidly when the next big earthquake occurs. Participants include people in schools, businesses, nonprofits, government agencies, neighborhoods, organizations, and households all across California. Those participating in today's drill are an example to others that the importance of being prepared and working together is a top priority. We hope that drills like the one here today can continue to help us practice earthquake preparedness in California. Research shows that people are most likely to take preparedness steps when they see others performing such actions. And history has shown that the steps that Californians take to prepare for the next damaging earthquake can improve our ability to recover. You may only have seconds to protect yourself in an earthquake, so be prepared and know what to do and always have a plan. Cal OES is working with federal and state partners to provide additional seconds prior to shaking to protect you and your loved ones. California's Earthquake Early Warning System has established governance with leadership from Cal OES, along with state agencies, local government, and private industry working together to launch the system and integrate these critical alerts into all sectors. The Ridgecrest earthquakes on July 4th and 5th reminded us once again of the damage and disruption that can occur due to earthquake shaking. This was widely felt, yet not near a major population center, which would have made things much worse. Next time, we may not be as lucky. The state of California has invested more than $25 million to date to complete the build-out of the California Earthquake Early Warning System, so statewide alerts can be provided starting this year and expanding over the next several years. Working with the USGS, the FCC, Cal OES has tested Shake Alert through the wireless emergency alert system this past year. It's the same alert system as used for Amber Alerts, but alerting for imminent earthquake shaking. These were a first not only in California, but for the nation, to ensure that the public can receive timely and reliable alerts. An automated public alert like Earthquake Early Warning will also vastly reduce call volumes to our 911 infrastructure and emergency dispatchers during the most critical times, prioritizing large call volumes. Earthquake Early Warning and Shake Alert are critical innovations that provide yet another tool to better protect Californians from earthquakes. California's Earthquake Early Warning System has established that governance ahead of time. Nothing is going to take the place of being personally prepared. Having a family emergency plan, knowing to drop, cover, and hold on are more important than ever as we continue to face the threat of earthquakes. I want to thank you all again for being here today, for your commitment to earthquake safety, and it takes all of us to make our neighborhoods, businesses, and universities more resilient. Next, it's my pleasure to introduce Chris Nance from the California Earthquake Authority.
Thank you, Kevin. And thank you, Biola University, for serving as a sun-shining example of earthquake preparedness. They take this responsibility very seriously. And it's our call today to ask that people throughout the state of California take their household preparedness very seriously as well. And most importantly, after having that kit, after knowing how to drop cover and hold on, knowing about the resources that you'll need to recover from potentially costly earthquake damage. Here are a couple of things to have in mind about that. First, don't let that little myth in your head about whether you think earthquake insurance may be too expensive get in the way of a simple call to your home insurance agent who can help educate you otherwise about how earthquake insurance really works, the number of options that you have available to you, and most importantly, what might be at risk if you're without earthquake insurance and your cost to rebuild. Secondly, if you live in an older house built before 1980 that's on a raised foundation, a house that you step up into that has a foot, say, or a floor, say, 4 feet off the ground, you're in a house that we would refer to as having been built on a raised foundation. That house built before 1980 likely is without the proper bracing and bolting to prevent that house from toppling off its foundation during an earthquake. By retrofitting, you can also reduce the premium on your earthquake insurance by up to 25%. The bottom line here is it's a heck of a lot cheaper to prepare for recovery in advance with earthquake insurance and retrofitting if necessary than would be the cost to suddenly be surprised with a damaging earthquake that potentially could take away your house worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Thank you again, Biola University. Thank you again, leaders of our law enforcement, fire protection, city, government, county leaders. Everybody here is taking this responsibility, and so should be our call for those of us at home. Next up, Chief Darrell Osby, County Fire Department. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. And on behalf of the Los Angeles County Fire Department, it's indeed a pleasure to be here. And I would like to thank Biola for hosting this event. Thank one of my bosses, Honorable Supervisor Janice Hahn, and all the other partners that are here that work with the Los Angeles County Fire Department as it relates to ensuring that we have a safe community. One of the philosophies of our firefighters and firefighter paramedics and lifeguards on our department, because they're required to train minimally 2 hours each shift when they're at work, their philosophy is train as though your life depends on it. Train as though your life depends on it, because it does. And as we're here this morning to talk about the California shakeout, we're asking you to do the same, to prepare yourself as though your life depends on it, because it could potentially will. The Los Angeles County Fire Department later will have a demonstration of some of the skill sets that we utilize during earthquakes, our urban search and rescue team. There are 2 international urban search and rescue teams in our country, one in our department and the other in Fairfax, Virginia. They've had the unique experience of traveling throughout the world to see devastating earthquakes and other natural disasters. And the great shakeout and the great earthquake that we're preparing for here pales in comparison to the Whittier or the Ridgecrest or the earthquakes that we've experienced in our lifetime. So it's very important that you train. And now is the time to train, prior to the incident, not during the incident. In addition to that, for our businesses that are here, to ensure that you have a business resiliency plan prior to an incident. The most devastating disaster that I've ever gone to in my career was Hurricane Katrina. And most businesses did not survive because they did not have a business resiliency plan prior to that disaster. Moving forward, The Los Angeles County Fire Department is one of the busiest departments in the nation. We respond to over 400,000 calls a year, which equates to over 1,100 calls a day. If there's a major incident and you dial 911, we may not be available to respond within minutes, hours, or even days, depending on the type of incident and the magnitude of the earthquake. So I'm here to re-emphasize the importance of your earthquake supply kit being sufficient for at least 72 hours, if not more, in relation to a potential disaster, ensuring that you have several days, if not weeks, of medication. Also, I see with us is our Sheriff's Department. The Los Angeles County Fire Department and the Sheriff's Department has a CERT training program and community emergency response training team. I emphasize that all neighbors, citizens, and businesses partner with us to train yourselves. Our experience shows that in major disasters, that the number one entity that saves lives and communities are convergent volunteers. And we're here to train you to help you partner with us as it relates to property and life conservation. It was already mentioned about the practicing drop, cover, and roll, so I won't reemphasize that again, other than to practice that now prior to an event. If you need more information, you can go to the Los Angeles County Fire Department website at fire.lacounty.gov. That will give you more information in relation to your personal preparedness, your community preparedness, and your business preparedness in relation to a potential disaster. I would like to reemphasize, as it relates to me being the fire chief and our firefighters, that we can't respond to these disasters alone. That it's a partnership, and we want you to partner with us to ensure your life safety and our community resiliency. I can't even blame the wind, right? So next, I would like to bring to the podium and introduce John Justacoba. He's the Chief of Police at Biola campus. So, John.
Good morning, everyone. Over the years, as a university, we have worked tirelessly to build a comprehensive earthquake preparedness plan for our campus, the community. Our plan includes conducting seismic assessment and retrofit of campus buildings, identifying roles in implementing campus emergency management teams, developing and deploying procedures and training programs, not just for our campus emergency management teams, but also for our students and our employees here on campus. We've also invested heavily in systems and resources, including communication systems, food, water, and medical supplies. But our main focus here, today is to test the program that we've built over the years, identify areas of weaknesses, and then go back, to the drawing table and try to develop strategies on how we can further improve here. As a university, we will continue to take steps to prepare for a major earthquake, because another big one is a matter of when, not if. With that, our exercise will begin in a few minutes in here. We urge everyone here, except for the media, to drop, cover and hold on once the shake alert sounds over our campus public address system. Thank you all for being here today.
Hello, I'm Maria Hall Brown, and this is LA Currents. When you think of the word home, hopefully you think of warm memories and good times. But what happens if where you reside doesn't necessarily evoke those feelings?
My dad, he still is a blood. My uncle, he a crib. I got a lot of families from a lot of games.
My brother, when he was 12, he was already in the game. It's alright, we still care for him. We just need to make better choices next time.
Our guest, Jonathan Zeichner, really wants to make sure that youth in South Central Los Angeles know that they have a place called home.
Started a year after the unrest of '92.
We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty.
And was founded by a pretty remarkable woman named Deborah Constance.
I really wanted to start a place for all the children to go to be safe, to feel safe.
She raised some money, and she got some property, some rooms in a church, and she started providing safety and love. And that's really what the DNA of a place called home is, safety and love. And she started providing a place for kids to come after school and get support, maybe with their homework, play a game of pool, get a snack.
Pizza that we had never had, like Hawaiian pizza, it was so delicious, and we were like, man, this is life.
At that point in time, about after the Rodney King riots, the schools actually locked their doors at 3 p.m. So for all intents and purposes, these youth literally had nowhere else to go.
Yeah, those key hours, between 3 and 6 or 7 in the evening is when a lot of the trouble was going down. That's when drugs were being exchanged. That's when kids were getting into trouble, getting pregnant, making bad choices. So there was a lack, and especially in that neighborhood, a lack of services, and Deborah responded to that.
So in the last 26 plus years, things have grown, things have dramatically changed. So a place called home is no longer just 3 rooms in a church.
We have a dance studio and a recording studio, and we're getting kids prepared for college, mental health counseling and nutrition and athletics, parenting classes. We help with immigration issues. There's an awful lot going on that corner. And the kids get to hang out with some amazing artists who come to visit us. Our band has played with Stevie Wonder, and Ozo Motley, and they opened for Diana Ross a few years back.
Wow.
So anything can happen at a place called home, and usually does.
What's up, man? How you doing? Jose, what's up, man? Hey, what's up, dude? How you doing? It's great to be able to do something for a place called home. You guys deserve it. It's a wonderful organization. You guys been doing great work.
We're also in the 9th district of Los Angeles, which is the most impoverished district in Los Angeles. There is still a level of systemic and generational poverty in South Los Angeles that is oppressive, and it impacts people in lots of different ways that a lot of folks don't really understand. When your family is living so close to the line and so close to the edge that a parking ticket can send you into a spiral, or you might lose your home because you have a flat tire. I mean, that's how close to the edge so many of the families we're working with are. And all of this is 8 or 9 miles away from Beverly Hills, the highest concentration of millionaires, and some billionaires too in the world, right? It's challenging, it's disillusioning at times, and it can bring you down. I can share stories with you. There was a girl one day who was putting food in her pockets, and staff noticed this. And we took her aside and said, "What's going on?" She said, well, my brother isn't 8 years old yet. He can't come to a place called home. So we start at 8, and he's hungry, so I'm bringing food home. And that was before we have a program called Food for Families now that was partially inspired by that very meeting. Now we're giving away 50 to 100 bags of groceries every week to families that we're case managing. These families who don't have enough food, these are working families, most of them. They're not homeless. Everything we offer at a place called home is free, all the services and programs. All of us go to sleep every night, the board of directors, the staff, myself, knowing that there are 700 folks on our waiting list who can't get in. We are a membership organization. What that means is that we enroll young people. It's not a drop-in where kids come and say, oh, today I'll do art or today I'll do sports. They actually come and enroll in classes, and we have sequential learning going on and case management going on. And what we find is that when a family gets involved at a place called home, they generally stay with us for 5, 10, 15 years. We are now in the very early stages of planning a doubling of the size of our campus so that we can welcome hundreds more young people and families onto our campus every single day.
A nonprofit, lives and dies by the kindness of strangers. And so if you could put a wish list out there for whatever angels you would want to help you continue and grow and expand and all these great ideas that you have, what is it that you are looking for? Who can help, even if they may not be able to write you an enormous check to buy a big piece of property or something?
Yeah. Well, of course, any kind of financial support is helpful. It doesn't matter whether it's $2 or $200,000. It makes a difference, and at a place called home, it gets put to good use. I would welcome all of your viewers to volunteer. Get onto our website. There are many, many ways to get involved. If you're interested in gardening or education or music or mental health or nutrition, college readiness, all of those programs can use volunteers.
The organization is brave because working with teens, I would imagine, has its own set of issues.
It is, and teens vote with their feet. Nobody's forced to come to a place called home. So part of our job is to keep them engaged. Everything we do there is fun. It's joyful, it's stimulating, it's engaging. And it's designed to propel these kids forward in their story, as competent, self-sufficient contributors to the community.
So if anybody wants to get more information, all they need to do is log on apch.org.
That is correct. That's our website, fun place to visit. And Maria, we say at a place called home, changing the world starts at home, right? And it means it starts inside each one of us.
What changes? Why is everything idyllic within the confines when things are not necessarily grand outside?
At a place called home, anything can happen. And the kids know that. They come every day and they realize they don't know who they're going to meet, what's going to happen, what field trip are they going to go on.
It seems to me not just a safe haven, but this place of inspiration and this place of promise.
Yeah, it's an oasis. And I think, feeling like you can be yourself and that you're always going to get the encouragement and the nourishment, and not just nourishment for your body, but for your mind and your spirit as well.
We gon' take you to the stars, 'cause we far out. Gotta catch a vibe, you the star now. If you ain't never lied, spill your heart out. Spill your heart out, speak your heart now. We gon' take you to the stars, 'cause we far out. Gotta catch a vibe, you the star now. If you ain't never lied, spill your heart out. Spill your heart out, speak your heart now. I'm talking all now.
When I leave a place called home, I still feel a place called home wherever I go.
Once again, the dream of a good life in Southern California has taken a major jolt. My number one priority as mayor is the safety and well-being of everyone in Los Angeles. And we know that being prepared can make all the difference if there's a major disaster. Firefighters, police officers, and paramedics may not get to every single block immediately. But we can all be there for one another before first responders even arrive in our neighborhoods. And we can get together and get prepared today with Ready Your LA Neighborhood, or Rylan. This free resource is a guide through the steps to prepare, organize, and train for whatever nature or fate might bring our way. It includes the tool Map Your Neighborhood to help you learn about your neighbor's skills and equipment, the location of gas meters, and the homes where people that might need more assistance live in your neighborhood. All of this information will empower you to act quickly after a disaster strikes, to reduce injuries, limit damage to your neighborhood, and even help save a life. So please, join us and help make your community and your city better prepared.
Every day, we protect and serve Angelenos. However, in a citywide disaster, such as a major earthquake, there simply are not enough of us to immediately help everyone.
In disasters like the Northridge earthquake, our firefighters respond to where there is the greatest need. This means you will likely be on your own for days or longer. Being prepared is essential to surviving a disaster.
So what do? Fortunately, we have a new program to help you prepare for disaster. Ready Your LA Neighborhood, or Rylan, helps you and your neighbors take simple, proven preparedness actions. It all starts with you getting to know your neighbors.
Now you might be thinking, but I don't know my neighbors. Well, by using Map Your Neighborhood, you will get to know your neighbors, and you will create a disaster response plan together.
How are you? Thank you for coming.
During your 90-minute meeting with your neighbors, you will determine a gathering place where you will meet after a disaster. You will discover the skills that you and your neighbors collectively possess and learn how you can help each other after a disaster. You might even find out that there's a nurse who lives right across the street. And you may also find out who might have equipment such as a ladder or crutches.
An important part of your meeting is filling out the contact list. This lists everyone, including your neighbors who may need assistance, such as those with a disability, those who are elderly, children who may be home alone, or homes with pets. If you know who lives where, then you'll know who to check on when something happens. Keep in mind, you don't share this with anyone but your immediate neighbors. Finally, you and your neighbors will learn a simple response plan that will help you know exactly what to do in the first hour following a disaster. This will help ground you and help reduce that sense of panic that many experience in a disaster situation.
So how big should my neighborhood be? A neighborhood should be the right size to help each other in that critical first hour when we can save lives and reduce injuries and property damage. We know from experience that means about 15 to 20 single-family homes and the entire building if you live in an apartment or condo, or maybe just your floor if it's a large building. If you live in a more sparsely populated area of our city, 5 to 7 homes make sense. After you've determined your neighborhood boundaries, you'll contact the Los Angeles Emergency Management Department for your meeting materials and a date for your neighborhood meeting. We will provide you with everything you need for a successful meeting, including a meeting facilitator, handouts, a neighborhood map, and a meeting reminder.
What's appealed to us for the Map Your Neighborhood is kind of taking the next evolution for the Neighborhood Watch to help us all, as a community, since we're already together, to now consolidate our resources. But more importantly, it just really drove the message of taking care of your loved ones. And there's nothing more important to me than taking care of them.
I think what we have is not just, it's neighbor helping neighbor, but it's a community thing. And I think everybody wants to be part of a community.
The first step was getting to know our neighbors, which was big. So now we know who's home, we know who works.
And it's really interesting when you get a group because somebody is strong in almost every area that needs to be covered. So and if there's not, then people will work together to make that happen anyway. And that's the whole community neighborhood familial thing.
And that's why Map Your Neighborhood for us has been a big turning point in enjoying our community that much more.
There's always someone who will help someone. That's the most amazing thing that I've discovered about this whole thing. There's always someone who's willing to help someone else. It's pretty awesome.
It's really that easy. Determine the boundaries of your own neighborhood and then contact us to get your meeting materials.
Hello and welcome to LA Currents. I'm Saida Pagan. More and more Los Angeles residents are reminded that wildfire season isn't just a season anymore, it's all year long. And it brings with it concern, uncertainty, and the possibility of some real serious danger. But there are some steps we can all take to be better prepared. And Los Angeles Fire Chief Ralph Terrazas is here to talk about wildfires and about preparedness. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me.
Let's talk a little bit about the Saddle Ridge fire. Tell us the scope of it, and can you bring us up to date on what's happening?
It was a Thursday night about 9 o'clock. I was at home watching the news, and I saw the report of the fire, and I saw a visual from a news helicopter. When I saw that visual image, I thought we were going to lose several hundred homes because of the wind. We were able to mitigate that incident. We lost 17 homes. We saved thousands. We lost 17 homes, and the loss of one home is a big disappointment. And we're always looking to see how can we do better next time.
Chief, let's talk about the helipad over at the Olive View Center. Can you tell us a little bit more about what's happening there?
The Olive View helipad was reopened a few months ago, and it was destroyed in the Sayre fire of 2008.
This is what it's about. This is good government working together for the benefit of the entire region.
We are improving public safety for the residents of the Northeast San Fernando Valley and greater Los Angeles region.
It's very good timing because we use that helipad at the Saddle Ridge fire. That allows us the capability to have up to 4 helicopters refueled or adding water to their water tanks at the same time. It was very valuable in fighting the Saddle Ridge fire.
Now, let's go back to the firefighting activities and the equipment that you have. I understand there's some good news in that you have some new equipment. I believe there's a handheld device that allows firefighters to see in smoke-filled rooms or areas more easily. Tell us about that equipment and your aerial equipment and what you have in place now for your firefighting needs.
Absolutely. The thermal imager camera allows you to go into a home or a large warehouse with zero visibility, and you can use the TIC to find trapped victims or to find a way out if you get detached from our hose line. You'll see the differential in temperature because it's all about heat. The TIC allows us to increase firefighter safety as well as the ability to find people, sometimes kids, who are hiding in a zero visibility environment.
Let's talk about the use of drones with your department.
Drones are something that we brought into the department about 3 years ago. We use drones for training. We use drones for incidents like in a brush fire. We'll wait, like in the later phases of it, to find the hot spots that exist. When I can fly a drone instead of a helicopter, it saves the hours that we put on the helicopter's motor, because after they reach 100 hours, they have to go in for maintenance, and the fuel that we burn, and then the fatigue on the pilots. So the drones have been a great addition to our capabilities. The technology is continuing to get better. We use a thing called Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi projects the path of a fire using real-time weather information, known fire corridors, and existing brush indicators.
I created a drop point. I developed some inputs, what time of day, how fast is the wind, and it gave me immediately where the fire was going to progress in an hour, and then we placed our resources in those communities, and sure enough, that's where the fire ended up going.
In the past, we've heard about the summer fire season and the fall fire season. What are the conditions that are different in each part of the year, and why is it now considered just kind of all in one?
Yeah, there's a lot of variables involved with your question there. We consider brush fires a year-round threat. We're just coming out of a 6-year drought. We had 1 year of heavy rain, which created light fuels, but those dry out too, and they dry out pretty quickly. And the third variable, I think, is climate change. It's indisputable here that within the Los Angeles region, we're having larger brush fires than we've ever had before. And within the state, they've had 6 out of the 10 largest brush fires in the last few years. So that is our new normal. We're always prepared. We ramp up our preparedness as we get towards September because that's the start of our Santa Ana wind season. Usually it starts in September and it lasts through April. So that is our peak time. However, throughout the year, we're susceptible to a brush fire breaking out anywhere in the city of Los Angeles.
By all accounts, in the past few years, it seems as though the fires have been worse and worse. They've been devastating. Tell us what's happening in a little more detail that is causing these fires to be so widespread and it appears so difficult to contain.
You're right, these fires in the last few years have been bigger than we've ever had. We had the La Tuna fire a few years ago, the Creek fire, the Screwball fire, and most recently the Saddle Ridge fire. Basically, it's a combination of those factors I told you earlier. There's the fuel, there's more red flag days, and there's more development into the wildland-urban interface. What I mean by that is that there's more homes, apartment buildings closer into the wildland where the brush threat exists. So it's a combination of all those things, and that's what we prepare for year-round.
Now let's talk about the way fires start. We've mentioned some, but we know that there may be like the top 1, 2, or 3 scenarios. Can you walk us through some recent scenarios that you might come to mind about how these out-of-control fires sometimes start?
Yeah, the common scenarios, I wish I could tell you exactly what that looks like. Every time we have one of these brush fires, these big brush fires, it is human caused. It's very rare. It's a natural cause from lightning. That doesn't happen here in the Los Angeles region. So I would say, though, unattended campfires is a big one. Sometimes it's kids playing with matches.
Let's talk a little bit now about homeless encampments. We're not criticizing in any way, but tell us about the fire danger with regards potential for fire danger with homeless encampments.
There is a potential. The Screwball fire was caused by an encampment along the 405 freeway. A few months ago, City Council changed the ordinance, which now allows LAPD to remove people that are living in the brush area without 24-hour posting of that property.
This is not some sort of anti-homeless initiative. This is an initiative directed at the safety of our city.
This bill is about public safety. This is about preventing fires, plain and simple.
The police need to have the ability to have them removed, ideally, willingly.
When you have a red flag condition, you don't want to wait 24 hours. You want to get people out of harm's way so that we can prevent these fires from occurring.
What more should the public know to keep us all safe?
I think the thing that I would ask there is that the public sign up for Notify LA. Text 888-777. If you want to know more specifics about what you need to do, you can go to our website at lafd.org. There you'll find information like you should trim all the tree limbs that hang above your house. You should clear the gutters from leaves and pine needles, anything that will ignite. So those tips and many more tips will be found on that website.
Well, thank you for doing a wonderful job for saving so many homes and so many lives in Los Angeles. Thank you for joining us today.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm very proud of the men and women of the Los Angeles City Fire Department. I believe we're the finest fire department in the world, and I say that on a regular basis because I truly believe that. We have a great group of men and women who are dedicated professionals, dedicated to the safety of the people of Los Angeles.
I can't think of one person I know who couldn't use a break. Time off, a getaway, a proper vacation. When you take a break, you rejuvenate your soul, which leads to a healthier, happier you. That's exactly what summertime is for. For 3 months, the whole world agrees that at some point in between June and August, everyone gets a break. Now, how we each choose to spend that time off? Well, that's where the fun starts. Join us as we take a look at how Angelenos use celebrations, swimming, and the silver screen to give their bodies and souls a well-deserved break.
The 4th of July holiday, dancing, barbecuing, and relaxing. Ask Nitra Barnes.
It's a great day. I'm with my family, good music, good vibes, good people, so why not have a good time?
The 4th of July Community Festival and Fireworks Show was hosted by Councilman Curran Price, seen here with his granddaughter, Jayla.
It is a collaborative effort between our staff, the city, and the event promoter. We want to make sure that all of our citizens have a good time.
Singer-songwriter Candace Boyd hit the stage for her first 4th of July performance.
And I love doing daytime shows. I love being able to see the people and engage with the people, so I loved it.
So did Nicholas Goldbeck and his friends.
Today was like a perfect day. I think we had a little bit of an earthquake this morning, but somehow the day's been great.
And this is what we're all waiting for. We are at the front of the LA Memorial Coliseum where some 2,000 pounds of explosives are getting ready to be shot up to 800 feet in the air for the 4th of July fireworks finale.
It takes us 2 full days to set up the display.
Michael Talkstein heads the group Pyro Spectaculars. They coordinate the 23-minute fireworks show.
Everything that's covered in foil, these hundreds of aerial shells, are all going to go up in the last 60 seconds of the show. And that's really what gets the oohs and ahs and yeah and the screaming at the end of the show.
Here it is one last time. Happy birthday, America. See you all again at Expo Park next year.
We are having family movie night today. This is the first time we host it here at this facility, so I'm really excited that the community is here and we get to meet them. It's a free event today, so it's great for everybody to come out. It's super warm outside, so nice for them to come and float in the water, watch the movie, and enjoy themselves.
I grew up doing this. I'm doing it. I'm 77 years old. I'm still doing it. I love it. It helps kids grow. Swimming is good for the mind, the body, and the soul.
Come, bring your swimsuit, bring your towel, sign up for our programs.
Our Swim LA program is open to everyone in the community, from children to adults, senior citizens. Everyone is welcome to join our programs at any of our 50 swimming pools.
These group lessons and teams actually help the participants become lifeguards. They're able to gain the confidence that they need in order to take the exam. They must be 17 years old and they need to join an academy, and after that, they're able to become lifeguards.
So I decided to be a lifeguard because I was participating in Rec and Park's citywide aquatic swim programs since I was 9 years old. I did junior guards, swim team, water polo, and it was just a nice way to give back to the community.
Last year I learned a bunch of things like breaststroke and butterfly. I wanted to learn how to swim, and I started in a beginner's class and I went up to intermediate, and I kept on going up and up until I got up to junior lifeguard.
We have a free or affordable program for everyone in the family. Visit swimla.org and you can locate the nearest swimming pool to your home and register either online, or you can come in person and register for any of our programs.
It's enjoying, it's exhilarating, I love it a lot, and it's super exciting.
These kids, mostly from the inner city, are headed to a special type of summer camp. Everything's free at Camp Wesson. The t-shirts, the swim trunks, so is the respite for hardworking parents.
I'm going to sleep till at least 8 a.m. How about that?
So I'm actually in the middle of a move, and so it gives me a break to be able to move this stuff and not have to worry about him. And then he's out having fun.
Parents see the children off. About 120 kids, many of whom are headed to camp for the first time.
And we have arrived about 25 miles north to the Hansen Dam recreation area for 3 days and 2 nights of summer fun. Camp Wesson is organized by LA City Council President Herb Wesson.
Most of the kids come from economically challenged areas, and all we want to do is shine a little sunshine on them a little bit, let them have fun, sleep under the stars, eat all they can eat.
And for some of the kids, they've never been out of their neighborhood. So to get out of their neighborhood and come into a nature like this, it's a wonder for them.
Here's a look from high above. The sprawling campsite in Lakeview Terrace is home to the Hansen Dam Aquatic Center and one of the largest public pools in the country. Children take the plunge on 2 thrilling water slides.
My mom is sad though.
She's sad?
Yeah, because, well, this is actually my first 3 days without her.
Okay, but you're having fun though, right?
Yes. I've been playing with my friends over there because I have made some new ones.
Every summer, the kids take part in rock wall climbing, archery, hiking, so many activities. Campers also get to ride horses.
It's kind of bumpy, but you'll get used to it after you've been here a couple times.
The nonprofit group Community Build helped select the kids. Community Build also pitched in to pay for much of the children's activities.
Anything and everything that we can do to help them is definitely worth it, and I'm excited to be at Camp Wesson for the 13th time.
Happy trails.
Aquatic Center for our grand finale of Summer Movie Nights for CD7, and we're going to be screening Aquaman. I want to enjoy the movie. I want to see this movie.
The mood and everything, amazing. It's amazing.
Being able to watch the movie from the swimming pool is something we pioneered last year with the screening of Jaws, and so you can see there's an incredible turnout.
thank you to Monica Rodriguez to watching a movie on the park, Hansen Dam.
Will be a great thing for the councilwoman to do this again year after year.
I want to make sure that everyone in the city of Los Angeles knows about how we do movies in CD7 and come on out and join us because it's the best place to watch a movie in the city of Los Angeles.
At select libraries across Los Angeles, children can catch up on summer reading and receive free lunch, too. That's right, free lunch throughout summer vacation for young people 18 and younger. Linda Morales brought her grandkids.
This program, does it help a lot?
Oh, yes. They like to come out because it's so hot during the summer. And I bring them here to eat, and then we go to the library to go check out books.
The LA City Library's Canoga Park branch is one of over 50 locations offering free food to kids during summer vacation as part of the LA Regional Food Bank's program. In fact, 15 other city library locations are also taking part.
It's going all the way until August 9th. We're going to be serving them Monday through Friday. Each library has a little different time, but mostly it's 12:30 to 1:30 that the meals are offered. You do not have to show ID. You do not have to be from that particular community.
When school's out, so are meal programs on school campuses. LA City Libraries have helped fill the void by serving 70,000 meals since the program launched in 2013. High school volunteers earn credits for serving lunch, which usually consists of meat or fish, veggies, fresh fruit, and milk.
Helping out the community is always good. And summer vacation, not a lot of things to do, so this is a good way to hang out with friends as well.
Lunch is served. Find out where at lapl.org/summer-lunch.
We started in 1988. It was started by Roger Williams. We've been going every year since. A lot of the inner city kids, they never have a chance to come down to the beach. For them, it's something special. It's something once in a lifetime a lot of times. First time ever, first fish they ever catch.
Summertime is often referred to as festival season. Each year, from downtown LA to the East Valley, communities across SoCal revisit events and festivities that define their neighborhoods. Here are just a few celebrations that have become a summertime tradition for LA residents.
Come here this summer. We love Chinatown Summer Nights. We've been coming for years, and the most fun is shooting off the confetti cannons. And my son, who's over there, loves to throw the confetti he's throwing it at my father, who's in town from Virginia.
What's so great about the confetti? Tell me.
We get jumping on parents.
Everybody's having a great time. It'll take us a week to get all the confetti out of our clothes.
Jesse is a friend. Yeah,
The sounds of summer and of Rick Springfield filled Pershing Square at a free summer concert.
Fun. You know, our kind of music, the food, the day, just getting out of the office. Perfect.
As the crowd took in the music, South Bay cover band Radio Rebels belted out a string of 1980s hits.
This is our third year playing Pershing Square, so we were really excited to be asked back. The energy is so fun. I mean, we get an eclectic crowd here, people that work downtown LA, people just maybe visiting here in the summer, tourists.
Those tourists and others in the crowd settled in for an afternoon of fun.
We're from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. So how'd you hear about this? We were just walking by and we heard the music, and I pulled my daughter in because I love this music. This is music from my good old days.
It is lunchtime, so for anyone looking to grab something to eat or drink, they got that covered too at the Pershing Square Farmers Market. I'm having a tropical juicy juice. That's good. The summer concert series is presented by the Department of Recreation and Parks. And judging by the reactions, well, today's performance hit just the right notes.
It's been 8 summers of free outdoor movies and counting. And when you see one of these films al fresco, there are some definite must-have items.
So most importantly, we brought popcorn. I love popcorn, make it all the time. So.
And you got to have it for a movie, right?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Makes sense. It's really nice. Bring the dogs, so it's a fun environment. Love it.
You know, this is our neighborhood. This is our community. These are our people. So it's nice to see everybody kind of bonding over movies, isn't it?
The Silver Lake Picture Show Summer Movie Series has kept growing each year since it started in 2012, with between 4 to 7 movies a summer.
We were a couple of filmmakers who had just finished 2 short films, and we were like, how do we get an audience to see this? In our first year, we used to build our screen out of lumber and canvas. It took 2.5 hours to build, 2.5 hours to take down.
But nowadays, there's a 30-foot state-of-the-art screen. In tonight's film, The Big Lebowski is about to strike. It's a fitting tribute for the last show of the Silver Lake season, as the bowling alley scenes were filmed right in the area at the former Hollywood Star Lanes.
Nobody calls me Lebowski. You got the wrong guy. I'm the dude, man.
Not only do you get the big picture here, you get a smaller, artsier one as well, because each film screened here is paired with a short film made by a local filmmaker.
It's a great mix, yeah. These are my kind of people.
And look at that. Looks like someone special is making an appearance tonight. Is that who we think it is? I mean, if it looks like the dude, dresses like the dude, drinks like the dude, is it?
And what are you drinking?
This is Nectar of the Gods, a.k.a. a White Russian.
Another special drop-in visitor, Councilmember Mitch O'Farrell, who helps fund the event.
I'm a huge supporter. I am a cinema buff and an arts enthusiast and a supporter of the arts and culture, of course. And so we want to support events like this.
And here's another bit of community spirit. The Silver Lake Picture Show also honors a community group each year with a $1,000 donation. This year, it's St. Anne's, which helps low-income families. All in all, a feel-good kind of night.
Set up a chair, bring a picnic, bring your family, and you've got a free night of entertainment.
And we put on these concerts right here in conjunction with City Councilman Paul Krikorian's office, and also the neighborhood councils, NoHo, North Hollywood East, North Hollywood West. So in conjunction, we put on these concerts, North Hollywood's Summer Nights.
And we do this throughout the summer, and we bring up and coming talent to perform on the stage live, free, right here in the park.
I think it's a good idea, so we can just enjoy the summer. So for me, it's good.
You like the music?
And we can spend, yeah, I love music.
So we decided to just join the party and see how it's looking, but so far it's been good, it's been great.
I think this is what parks are all about and should be all about. Like, everybody should be able to come out here, enjoy themselves.
I think it's wonderful, the cultural event, great music, great musicians. It's a wonderful time.
Our dogs love it.
We have this summer 43 performances of 2 different productions. So we're doing 12th Night and Pericles, Wednesday through Sunday at 7 for 10 weeks.
I love theater, and this is a tradition for my daughter and I. We come here every summer, and we love coming. It is funny. It's special for us.
With everything that's going around the world, this is something that really is community.
It's very important to the culture of Los Angeles because it makes theater accessible. And theater is something that is for the people and a great instrument of social change.
I think it really brings everybody together, and people sort of regard it as a religious and a spiritual experience.
This is the 39th annual Lotus Festival in Echo Park.
And this year we are showcasing the Kingdom of Thailand.
It's wonderful to celebrate the Thai culture and how long the Thai community has been in Los Angeles, helping to make us a more vibrant, diverse culture. I love the spirituality of the Thai people. There's a generous heart and a generous spirit that courses through the veins of people who are